2, check 1, 2. Check, hey, 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. check, 1, 2, 2. Something like that. I don't know. You want some?
No, I'll get some of that. I'm about to get one and maybe bring next day.
See, I got, that's probably 2. On the clock. About that. That good? I don't know who that is either. I thought he was Wilsey for a minute.
Yeah, kind of looks like him.
Kind of looked like him, but it wasn't him.
It was so familiar. I mean, I see him. I've seen him probably 20 times around, but I can't see the name on it.
I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Yeah.
I've only seen him 2 or 3 times, but he knows me.
He's a regular fixture. I mean, I've seen him around. But I just, for some reason, it escapes me.
If you don't make it, you just don't make it. Everybody ain't champion. But I am. Playtime mode is big league. 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 Release from the top of the key. Step back, pull up the full cheese. We got the crowd out their seats. One step closer to the big one.
T-Town. Welcome to the historic new gym here on the campus of Tecumseh Public Schools. I'm Jeff Thompson, and you are listening to Savage Basketball here on the Hub Network Tecumseh. We want to thank you for tuning in tonight to watch the Savages and Lady Savages as they take on the North Rock Creek Cougars. Lady Savages come into tonight's contest with a record of 5-2, while the Savage men have a record of 2-5. And it's been a month since we have done this, or just right at a month. So sit back and relax, enjoy some Savage basketball. Joe, good to be here. Good to be talking to you again.
Well, it's good to have you back here. You came back after last month. That's a pretty good sign.
I'm hard to get rid of.
Is that the case?
Yes, yes.
Well, we'll put that to the test, Jeff. We'll see.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm still new. So, something that I noticed tonight, my first two games have been Cougars.
That's true.
In the North Rock Creek Cougars, which North Rock Creek has recently, become a four-year institution, if you want to call it that.
That's correct, yeah.
And I say recently, but as we get older, time flies. It's been, 5-6 years maybe? Or am I wrong on that, or what do you know?
No, I think that's right. It's just been a new school, and they've been developed, I guess.
Well, they were like up through junior high.
Yes.
Kind of like South Rock Creek,
yes.
for a long time. But they went ahead and extended 4 years. And have you been to the facilities out there?
I have, and they're really, it's a nice looking school. There's some new, around the area. I mean, even from Perry clear down to here, there's some new schools, and it has a similar look to some of that architecture. But it's a nice place, and you can tell it's still got the brand new car smell.
Yeah.
When you walk inside.
Yeah, that new gym smell.
Yeah.
And it's not long though before it will take on the typical. We still call this the new gym here.
Yes.
And this gym is only about a year newer than I am. So it's not new at all. But it takes on that the gym smell, and you can hear the squeak of the sneakers and the bounce of the ball. There's nothing quite like being at a high school basketball game.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun. The atmosphere is always great. It's always great here in Tecumseh, and these fans are great, and it's just a great little town. It's a great community. I love it. I love it here in Tecumseh.
Yeah, I was born and raised here, and I always say, you just could not run me out of Tecumseh. But it's just right. Now,
so they've tried?
Well, that's I can't talk about that.
Okay.
I've got a sister that graduated, Marcy. I don't know if she's listening yet, but she graduated in Tecumseh 5 years after I did, and she moved off down to the Metroplex after attending college in Stillwater for a few years. And but small town's my thing. She seems to like it down there. And I think she'll get back up here one of these days. But 5,000-6,000 people. That's my ideal heaven.
A small town. It's just enough to you still know everybody. You're still familiar with everybody, and it's comfortable and cozy, and it's always. I grew up in a smaller town even than this, but I like that same size. I'm a small town guy. So.
Now remind me where you grew up. You live in Cushing, right?
I live in Cushing right now. That's where we office out of and do everything. But at Cushing, about 8,000 people, about the same size, maybe a hair bigger than what Tecumseh is. But Tecumseh is closer to some bigger metro areas than what Cushing is. And so I'm actually from graduated high school out in Texas. I give you the name, but I've heard all the jokes. So out there in Dumas, Texas, a lot of people like to put an extra B and another S on the end of that.
I've been to Dumas.
You have?
Yes.
A lot of people have gone through there. They don't stop, but they go through.
Is there a big used to be a big cattle feedlot out there?
There are several, and we always said you can tell which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah, you can smell
what it smells like. Yeah.
Well, I've been out there with my dad back when I was a youngster. He hauled hay, and there was one of them out in that area that we'd go to, but that's been a few years ago. Yeah.
Well, that's the hay and cattle. Those are about the two things you can haul out there, and maybe a little bit of oil.
Well, yeah, you're right. West Texas is kind of like the surface of the moon.
It's a lot like the surface of the moon. Yeah.
So I do want to remind everybody real quick, we're getting ready to do the national anthem, I believe. That's what it looks like is going on. But you can always text me for a shout-out or feedback or whatever, 405-323-5061. That's 405-323-5061. And
you're a brave man. You put your phone number right out there.
I do. It's the only one I got for business, for I do another program during football, and for here, go for broke.
While we're out there, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you really do for a real job? Obviously this isn't always it. But
well, I'm a tax accountant. I have been doing that for almost 30 years, and we will come back to that.
Okay, absolutely.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to T-Town. Town, home of the Savages and the Lady Savages. Tonight's
Now, Joe, can they hear the stadium?
The Lady
Okay.
Savages welcome the Lady Cougars and Cougars from North Rock Creek. If you would, please rise. Gentlemen, remove your headgear as we honor our great nation with the playing of the national anthem.
Now you can speed it back up for the basketball. It was just a nice dramatic pull-out.
All right, Joe, are we still on?
We are. We sure are. Yes, sir.
Well, I always like to throw this in there. The national anthem, Amazing Grace and the national anthem, my favorite two songs.
Yes.
In that order.
Absolutely.
Now, I like the Elvis Presley version of Amazing Grace. It may
Well-
seem a little cheesy, but man, he gets it out there.
You know, a little known fact about Elvis. He died on my birthday, Jeff.
Oh, you were born on the day that rock stopped rolling, huh?
Yeah, I did.
That's rough.
So, I mean, now, oh yeah, but not the actual, not in 1969. I'm a little older than that, but it was on the day. of
Yeah,
my
that's true. That's true.
the day that I celebrate that.
That kind of brings it down a little bit.
Well, it was down a peg or two. I didn't want to build it up too much.
Well, they are bringing out the Cougar starting five, and we're going to introduce them as we go. I've got a roster here, so Danny made fun of me for not getting the names on the roster for visitors, so we're going to work on that tonight.
All right.
But little does Danny know we made fun of him the whole time last week, or last time we were here.
Absolutely.
Number 0, Jaden Wilson, and she had a big game last time we were home. And Serenity Jockaway, number 1. I'd like to talk a little bit more about her later. She was a softball player. Kinsley Warden.
Number 12,
Sammy Schweiger.
and number 32,
And playing the 5 at number 32, Reagan Berry. So I'm excited about the Lady Savages tonight. They play an exciting brand of basketball, and I've got big hopes.
Well, that's very true. The last game, I got a chance to hear or visit with Coach Gentry just a minute before he got tied up with getting ready for the game tonight, and I just told him it was a really exciting game the last time we were here, a home game, and for the first game of the season, I mean, home opener, it was a good game. It was an exciting game, and I thought they played well.
It did not disappoint, and you get your money's worth if you come watch these ladies play. Now, I say that. I haven't paid to get into a sporting event in at least 10 years.
Well, you've picked the right profession to do that. 'cause
I know. If I have to start paying to get in, it just takes all the fun out of it.
yeah.
So we're just about ready to tip off here, and we do have Barry going to jump for Tecumseh. Tecumseh controls the tip, and we've got Jockaway bringing it up court. Is passing it out and around, and Schweigert takes a early shot there, falls a little short, and it's going to go out of bounds to the Cougars.
Well, a good idea for the Lady Savages to try to get that inside game going, and that's where they were headed with the ball there.
Yeah, they looked like they wanted to, but just a little bit of angst. And it's going to go out of bounds, I believe. It goes to the Savages.
That lucky break there on the tip, going out of bounds.
It was. Schweigert brings it in. Wilson heading up court. Now she passes off to Warden, who drives in.
Nice.
And it's good. So Lady Savages draw first blood tonight. Back up court go the Cougs. Trying to work a little bit inside-out game themselves. And I think the Savages just keeping them out of the lane there. And so far, Savage defense have been successful because Cougars have not been able to get the lid off the basket.
That little 1-2-2 zone or 2-3 or 2-3 zone. I'm trying to fit the side there. If it was a 3-2 zone, looked like.
You know, I don't remember. I'll look closer next time. It looks like Wilson kind of wanted to take a shot. She's going to put it up now from the elbow, kind of from the corner there, and it rims out just a little too much heat on it.
And there, another example of Savages clogging up the middle there.
Barry just took the ball flat away. Wasn't even any time to tie it up. So Lady Savages, I think if they'll set it up there, they can kind of slowly and methodically take apart their opponent. And, you know, that's something that we will see pretty soon, I believe, or Coach Gentry's going to know the reason why.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've always liked Barry a little bit, and she plays a big presence there in the middle, and she makes offenses pay for that when they come inside a little bit. And she has a pretty good offensive presence down there in the post, too.
Yes, she does. And from way out baseline, the Cougars throw one up, and it rims out as well. And it also goes out of bounds to the Savages, so far so good with that. I'm trying to look. They've North Rock Creek's got kind of a funny layout to their roster. I'm going to have to figure that out. Wilson brings it up court, pass off to Warden, and off the glass, just like you like it, Savages lead 4-0.
Yeah, it was a nice little shot, nice passing, getting around to the open person there on the back door.
And I believe she is going to commit the foul. And it's going to be a side out. So at the top of the key, we have Cadence Munn. Rotates the ball around, gets it low, and she cannot shoot it over Barry. And I think if Savages settle in, it could wind up being a long night if you're not wearing black and gold.
No, that's true, especially if Barry keeps it up underneath like that. They're having a hard time getting thing anywhere close.
Three-point shot by Jockaway. And you get one of their shooters on fire, and it's tough to counter. So 22, the Cadence Munn, the cutter, gets the pass and gets the bucket. So the Cougars finally on the board. Wilson drives it down low, and her shot's a little off as well.
Yeah, it was an outside shot taken by the Cougars just like that one. That one a little bit errant, but that 1-2-2 defense, now that I get a better look at it.
We're going to have to, yeah, we do need to look at that. I'm a big fan of a zone defense, and you're going to make somebody beat you from the outside, and most high school teams aren't going to do it.
No, not consistently. It's hard for them to do that.
Yes. Shot by Schweigert. The Savages, Lady Savages, still have not an out of bound to the Savages, and we're gonna talk it over because they haven't settled into their offense.
No, not yet. I mean, but they haven't. I mean, they've gotten some pretty good looks inside so far, and they've one three-pointer has dropped for them. But Barry, again, you know, I would just say on the defensive end, making the difference down there and making it tough for the Cougars to get anything going inside. All their movement is on the outside, the perimeter. They can't even cut through the lane at this point. And so Savage is pretty successful shutting down the Cougars at this point.
Yeah, no, she's a tough presence there in the lane and just kind of a no-fly zone. And she blocked a shot, a possession or two back. I mean, it was just all ball. And it was clean as a hound's tooth.
Absolutely. And as a result of that, the other passing to the interior for the Cougars has been errant. It just too high over the head. And Barry is making that happen by being a presence down there.
So Jockaway coming up court. Pass to Schweigert down low to Wilson, and she puts one up. It's going to rim out, but Savages control the board. And do we have a foul there? Yes, we do.
Is that Jockaway there on the rebound or in the position for the rebound?
Yep, well, we've got Jockaway going to the line. And I'm going to have to get my facts straight, do a little bit of homework. But Jockaway is a whale of a softball player.
Well, is she not a pitcher, I believe? I think she's one of the star pitchers for the Lady Savages.
You know, and she hits one of them. She hit both of them. I'm looking at you and talking. I think she hit both of them.
She did hit both of them.
You know, back to softball, that's always during football, the fast pitch is. And, you know, so I'm just not paying a lick of attention. Now, we'll get Coach Trahan on at least once a year, but it's not enough for me to keep up. And I know those girls always represent Tecumseh very well. Warden at the top of the key there now. Wilson looking for the pass, trying to set the offense back up. Barry looks at
look at that.
up, and she does. And she misses everything there, just a little too much power. If you notice, she got a little bit closer there after that first look. She might have been just about right. And the Cougars return the favor down the other end.
Well, that's probably not where she's comfortable shooting from, but good for her to take that shot because that makes keeps your defense honest. It would have been nice if she would have hit it, but
well, it does. You know, and I'm old school. I don't like fives shooting from downtown.
Well, you don't always want to see that. You're right.
Oh, I don't know, just me. And Wilson drives it in and scores again. So Savages 11 lead by 9. And let's see, they got a 3-2 defense set up there, or a 1-2-2. I think it could be either one.
Again, Cougars just having a lot of problems getting anywhere close to the interior of the lane there.
And, you know, honestly, they that was kind of a cheap foul. I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, Schweiger was there doing her thing, and I mean, I know she wasn't planted, but she stepped into her.
She did just enough to get a little bit more than the ball, apparently. But
yeah, first one's up and good. There's certainly contact, but I mean, come on. And that's Emerson Askew. And my sister Marcy, she is listening down there in the DFW. So her and my brother-in-law Travis and Rocco and Milo. So welcome them to the show.
Well, we share something in common then, Jeff, because I have a sister Marcy that lives in the Dallas area as well. I don't know if that town's big enough for both of them.
I guarantee it's not. I don't know your sister, but I know mine. It's not big enough for two Marcys. Okay, so Warden goes down and draws the foul. And that goes in. So they've been practicing their free throws. And I guarantee you that's probably one or two on Coach Gentry's list every day.
Absolutely.
And that one does rim out. I was bad luck on that.
Well, we know who to blame for that one, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
That was called on Lady Savages. Number 1, Trinity Jockaway.
So we have got Munn bringing it back up court. Passing around, but they're having trouble getting into the lane. And thanks to that tough defense, zone defense, they do get
a little bit of penetration. But man, there's the problem.
You're not gonna bully Barry down low. And there's Warden at the other end, quick off the glass, just like you like it.
Well, and good transitional basketball there by the Lady Savages, getting back down the court, getting a nice, easy, open shot.
Got numbers, you got to take advantage of that. So up from outside goes another Cougar, and that was number 2, Caitlin Masquis. Tell me what went on there. I was looking at my roster.
Well, the ball kind of got stripped and kind of got a...
They tie it up? Or what?
Well, they didn't tie it up. It just went out of bounds, and I think they called that out of bounds on the Lady Savages. So Cougars retain possession there.
You're just not going to get a shot up in the lane if Barry's down there.
No, that's
backup court. Wilson. Yep. back out. We'll see, we've got some substitutes in here. Let me get back to my roster, but Wilson's got the ball now at the top of the key.
Surprised the Cougars haven't tried to attack Barry just a little bit and get her with some easy fouls committed to kind of soften that up a little bit, but she's been able to hang tough in there so far in this first quarter.
And was that an away from the ball foul? Or
It looked like it was.
we've got, let's see, we've got a couple new Savages in. I will tell you who they are in just a minute. Back up court go the Cougs. And rare successful penetration there, and there's going to be a foul on the shot there. Who was that foul on? Was that on 23, wasn't it? Emily Gage? No.
Coventry, I think.
Number 22, Kate Munn.
Yeah, we got Munn at the line there. We do have.
I thought he said Coventry, but
well, I mean, I'm not seeing that. We've got Katie Overstreet and Emily Gage in new, and as well Chloe Stevenson. Inbounds pass. It was pulled in, but she was knocked out of bounds. And I don't know if they're going to call her knocked out of bounds or just stepped out.
one thing about the Lady Savages, that Coach Gentry enjoys is a pretty deep bench because he's able to keep players fresh in there and kind of play situational basketball.
Yeah. Well, and so I was thinking about that just a minute ago. It's just next man up.
Mm-hmm.
You see him subbing ladies in and out all night, and there's just not much of a difference.
Oh, good
and
defense.
A nice steal by a little gal there. She plays 1 and 2, and that's Wilson. Now she knocked it down court, and the Cougars managed to recover it, but that's the kind of hustle you need. One from way outside, and Cougars still only 4 points as we near the end of this first quarter. And full court press being implemented, and they blocked the jock away at the rim. So, I mean, we've got a few seconds here.
Boy, they can't make it translate into points, though. They get a little bit of a stop this time and with the full court press, but can't turn it into a transitional basket over the end.
Well, the Cougars had the court spread real well, and they had numbers on Wilson there. And she's just not a big gal. I mean, she plays, she plays spot 1 or 2, and you don't have to be big, but if you're in the trees, sometimes you're going to hit a limb.
Yeah, absolutely.
So split the difference on the free throws there, am I right?
That's correct. 1 of 2.
Yep, 14-5 lead the Savages. And they're going to press Jockaway going up court, but she's not having any of it. Pass down to Barry, who gets it from way out. And I think that was just 2.
That was a 2-pointer, but I'll tell you, when your post can step outside and hit a 10, 12 footer like that, it makes them respect the inside game.
Well, it does. It absolutely does. And after 1 here in Tecumseh, Savages lead 16-5, and honestly, kind of what I expected tonight so far.
It is, and ladies, and Coach Gentry mentioned this specifically to me earlier. I think we're going to get a chance to maybe talk to him later on in the boys' game. We'll talk to him a little more about this, I'm sure, but he mentioned that they kind of got off to a slow start. One of the things he would have changed about the last home game that we covered, that they kind of got off to a slow start. It took them a while to get warmed up and kind of get in that groove a little bit. They're obviously out to a much faster start.
It was
tonight.
A quicker start getting into their offense tonight, and took a minute or two, but they got into it a lot quicker. And they are a force to be reckoned with. They settle down and do their thing, and Coach Jensen's just the guy to, I think, to get that out of them.
Well, I think, one of the things about, especially about ladies basketball, I've noticed that the defense can really, really control the pace of the game.
Yeah.
And with good, tough defense down here for the Lady Savages to start the evening, that has turned into the lead that you see up there because it's given the Lady Savages control of the ball.
Absolutely.
On the other end of the court.
You can have a mediocre offense and a really tight zone defense and win a lot of basketball games. Pass down low, and they got a part of Ball, but a part of Schweigert as well there. And she's going to go to the line. is number 43, Lydia Stacy.
At the line for number 12, Sammy Schweigert.
You check your switch.
Is that supposed to be?
No, that was just it was a loose connection there, I think.
All right, so we're back.
Yeah, we're good.
And I very well may have kicked that. I've got to watch that. So the Cougars are employing a little bit tighter of a defense going up court, but what's going to happen is Savage is going to recognize that and wind up with numbers down court.
Well, and you haven't seen the Savages have to break out the long-range shooting a whole bunch yet, but they've got some shooters there. They've got some people you got to watch out for, Jockaway and
Wilson.
Wilson, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
they can absolutely burn you down. So Jockaway throwing it in. And into Worden, and her shot was a little short. Goes out of bounds, and it stays down here, so Savage basketball. So inbound around past Schweigert. Warden's the cutter. She kicks it back out to Wilson, who hits a nice one from three, and that's just what we were talking about.
Exactly right there. Once they tighten up on the inside, that's going to open somebody up on the outside, and they took full advantage of that.
So another outside attempt that rims out. Cougars control the board, and they managed to get just a little short hop, little chip shot in, and another two for them brings them to 7 points. Pass to Worden. She's going to drive a little jump stop off the glass, just a little bit off on it, and it's going to go out of bounds to the Cougs.
That a rare possession there for the Cougars, where they were successful down here against this defense. So and the interesting part about that, I'll just mention too, I think the reason why they noticed that was open for him is that Barry's not in there. Barry's taking a breather.
Playing smaller ball. I think Boatman just drew a foul there. Because she come down over her back, I believe. I was looking at my roster at the time, but she come down the rebound and the Cougs come over the back. So Worden has it on the wing. Drives in, kicks it back out from the elbow. Jockaway wants a shot, but she's going to try something better. And a little bit of an errant pass, turns it over. Cougars going to stop at the elbow and pop, and nothing is going to drop.
Good position there for the rebound.
Nice, yeah, excellent. And if you're point guard, if your point guard is down there pulling the ball down under the basket, that's just pure hustle.
It is, and that says a lot about the way Jockaway approaches this game. She's all over the court when she needs to be. She always finds herself in a good position with a good result, typically.
So we've got Barry back in. Jockaway at the line, she hits one.
Only 2 points scored while Barry was taking a breather, so I would call that a successful substitution there for this Lady Savages.
For sure, and she hits the second one as well. So back up court. Now we've got McRae bringing it up court. Their roster's hard to look at. And they're going to get an and one there. They put one in from just right there in the, right down there low, and drew the foul on it. So they're going to have a chance to make an old-fashioned three-point play here.
Checking into the ballgame for Tecumseh, number 3, Sadie Bolden.
And we've got Schweigert taking a rest, and Boatman comes in. Up court to Barry. She's going to bring it down, and I bet she stops and pops. She stopped, but she thought about it, and hands off to Worden, who popped it from the elbow. Did not fall, but the Savages maintain control, and be nice to see some composure set up here. way outside, just a little bit outside her range, but Boatman on the rebound. And right back out to Jockaway.
Good hustle there to control the boards.
It is. And Warden drives it in. You know, we didn't see her really have one of her better games. It wasn't a bad game by any stretch, but one of her better games last home game. And we said if she gets warmed up, it's going to be, you know, heck to pay. And sure enough, she's warming up tonight.
Yeah, she saw that lane open and going down the side there on the wing, that last possession, and took full advantage of it. And that's, you know, left-handed. She, you know, you probably overplaying her to the right a little bit. She just took advantage of it.
So inbound pass there, and they can. The pass went into the lane, but there was too much traffic really to shoot, so they kicked it on back out. Now they're going to put up a baseline shot here, and that's going to rim out as well. And Warden on the rebound. She's coming in hot, but she pulls back out, and they're going to set up. Long pass across the court to Gage.
Now, North Rock Creek has kind of noticed that they were losing some battles in transition there with the Lady Savages, and that's where a lot of those points were coming from.
You got to switch to that transition defense, and you know, you give up something on the other end of the court, maybe on the offensive end, but you get down and get set up, and you don't get beat. And little girl drug her pivot foot. Let's see here.
Yeah, I would say good hustle by Barry and Jockaway getting back down the court to slow that down again. Kind of beat him on the defensive side on transition.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So back up court, we've got Jockaway. Out to Gage, and she's looking for a cutter. Warden was the cutter there, but did not go into her, into Boatman. Kicks it out to Jockaway, who's just a little bit short on it.
Again, Barry and Jockaway both back down the court, slowing the Cougars down.
And a nice shot from outside. That was number 15, Campbell, Morgan Campbell. So the Savages have been just a little bit dry the last couple minutes. I think it's time to get back in and set up and do your thing. If, you know, we gush over the inside-out basketball, but, Joe, it's like Novocaine. Give it time, and it always works.
Absolutely.
And one and done there. Shot from three, rims out. Head back up court by the Cougars.
A little bit of a run here by the Cougars in the last couple minutes.
And another little baby hook off the glass. And it puts the Cougars to within 9, which is not too close, but you don't want to get too comfortable.
Now this is the time where you're going to kick it into gear this last couple minutes of the first half. Get into halftime with a nice, comfortable lead.
Yes, you do. You got Warden taking the shot, and it's good.
Man.
From three.
Here again, at Warden's presence, you know, that shooting guard.
And attempt from outside, draws a short rebound, and just another two-pointer from inside, right outside the lane, and Cougars have a couple more points. Savages are not probably controlling the tempo like they need to right now. Another bucket by the Cougars, and what's going to happen here, it's not super close, but they're going to think they have a chance, and you've got to put that out of their mind early.
Yeah, you gotta keep your foot on the throat here a little bit.
You got Gage on the outside, and Barry at the top of the key.
Oh, nice pass.
Passes it in to Warden, who just puts it in so pretty down there. And she's gonna have a big night tonight, and she's gonna terrorize those Cougars.
That was just a nice exchange all the way around there.
Foul on Gage there.
Foul is called on the Lady Savages, number 23, Emily Giddings.
So you can feel a little bit of the momentum shift back with Warden getting hot from the outside and then driving in. She's made 2 or 3 of the last plays for the Savages down here on the offensive end, and that's kept this distance in the lead they've maintained so far.
Free throws a miss, so it was a good foul. We've got Warden bringing it up court, and I see that Wilson's set to come in. I believe they play faster basketball when she's in.
I believe you're right, though.
And kind of a wild pass to Boatman back there.
Oh,
Gage is going to put it up from the top of the key and misses her mark, but Barry chases down the rebound.
well, good idea, but a little short on the pass there from Barry.
Yeah. Back up court, and they're going to stop and pop from, well, maybe not. I thought they were going to. Got it into their center. He was immediately driven out of the lane, and they take another three-point attempt. It's going to rattle in. So we're going to go, I mean, we're about to go into half here. Savage is leading by 7 at this point. Need to take their time and play for the last shot.
Need to get a good last shot, go into halftime.
Back up the top of the key is Jockaway. And you've got...
kind of leaving Barry alone out there. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. But.
No, I don't know either. Well, last shot, not such a good last shot, but at any rate, the Savages take it into half, leading 29-22. And, you know, I mean, I think there's going to be some adjustments made.
Well, there will be. I think the Savages want to come back out of that same pace they kind of started that first quarter with. It was good. So we'll see what they do at halftime here.
Yes, sir.
You're watching the Hub Network.
back. Welcome back to Tecumseh. We've got some Lady Savage varsity basketball going on here, and right now at the half, Savages are leading 29-22. And really, I see maybe a little lack of discipline there at the end of that second half. What do you, if you're, I know I'll put you on the spot here, but if you're Coach Gentry, what do you tell the ladies?
Well, I think you tell them, just like we started the game, I think you got to come out with that energy. You got to come out with that presence down in the middle. Barry took a little bit of breather, and Deep Rock Creek saw a little opportunity to get into the lane, and it just never really ended in that second quarter. And I think Barry will want to come back out and reestablish herself as a hard place to go down there if you want to get in the lane for Deep Rock Creek.
Yeah, if she is the boss down there, then it's going to make it a lot tougher for the Cougars to convert. You know, they got the idea there, and Savages, I think, are clearly the better team here. I mean, you can see it when they're playing their game. They're just on a different level. But these Lady Cougars, they got to thinking they had a chance there, and that's when you wind up getting bit in the hind parts. Someone that maybe shouldn't beat you. So, hey, we've got a chance here, and then what happens?
What you don't want to do is leave the door open for a team like that and give them that confidence, because if you keep it close, it's a basketball game. Anything can happen, and you don't want to give that opportunity to an opponent that you should easily take care of. And I think the Lady Savages just have to go back in and reset their mind to the first quarter is 0-0 and come out and play like they were, and I think they'll have this in hand tonight. But you don't want to leave the door open too much.
How much you gonna bet that's what happens?
Well, I'm gonna guess. I always say the third quarter in a basketball game, that is the telltale sign, because if you go in and make those adjustments and come back out and play a tough third quarter defensively, then you've done a pretty good job. And so definitely I think the Savages will look like they did again in the first quarter.
I completely agree with you. That's the hurry up and wait buzzer. We've got about 45 seconds coming up here.
I like what you call that, the hurry up and wait.
Well, I looked up expecting the clock to be 0-0-0.
Not quite.
And not so much, no. So we're about ready to go here, and if memory serves me, the Cougars will start the second half with the ball.
Hey, while we got just a few seconds here, I want to give a little shout out to Suzanne Gilbert over there at the tag agency here, and they've been going through a lot of changes and trying to keep up the quality service down there. I know she's working hard, and I stopped in and saw her today, and sure appreciate her very much. And Gilbert Trucking is another one of those. I know Susan and Randy both do a lot for the community, and so I just want to give them a little shout out.
You're right. You don't really get a whole lot more T-Town than those guys.
No, not really.
They will take care of you for sure.
They do a lot of work in the community, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And we'll start the second half. The Cougars have possession start, so they're going to have to kick it back out of the lane, so that's what you like to see. And just a little floater from right on the edge there. And, they get the rebound from that and just chuck a desperation shot up that hits the back of the backboard, so out of bounds, and Jockaway is going to bring it back up court. And let's see if they set it up and let it work here.
Well, that is at least this first possession a little bit like the way the game started. Just tough for the Cougars to get anything
out. And there's the shot right there, Schweigert. She's
there you go.
Good for three, so that's what you want to see. And
now you got Schweigert and Warden coming in there, and then Jockaway all over the court, and Barry with a big presence. I mean, that's the way you want to see this team come together.
Back up from the top of the court, the Cougars are going to sink a three. I want to take a second to give a shout out to my grandson Kelton and granddaughter Pearl, listening all the way from Chester, Oklahoma.
Wow.
I didn't even know they had electricity up there.
Where is Chester? I don't even know where
it's way up there. We refer to them as the Yanks because they're so
really
far north. Yeah, but you drive about 3 hours and you look down, you still got 100 miles left, so it's rough.
It's one of those you got to stop and shave on the way up there.
You do.
Okay.
You do. The Savages inside out, just back up court doing their thing. And like I say, it's like Novocaine. They're going to be successful with this. And into Barry now. And she's got the edge on the center for the other team.
Absolutely.
But kick it back out, kind of a draw and kick situation, and it rims out this time. Savages lead cut to 7 points. And less than that now.
Now that may kind of force the Savages to take note of that outside game for the Cougars and step out there and defend a little more of that. And that sure opens up the middle a little bit for the Savages if they keep hitting those.
Well, it does.
For the Cougars, anyway.
It does.
Oh,
To the inside, and Barry just a little hard off the glass and rims out twice. If you got two opportunities, you're going to usually hit one of them, so. And foul on Wilson there. And she took an extended break a few minutes ago, and I wondered if she had maybe a couple fouls I wasn't aware of or something. I don't know.
I don't recall her being in.
I don't really either,
trouble,
but she sat on the bench for a while late in the first half. And inbounds pass and long baseline shot rims out. Jockaway brings it back up court. There's going to be a shot there by Schweigert, and she's close. Rims out, kicks it out to Wilson. Just settle it down, ladies, and I think you'll be all right. Jockaway kind of setting it up there at the top of the key, and now she gets it down low, and that's what you want down low to Barry, but she missed off the glass, missed everything.
She's gone cold a little bit, so it makes you wonder if a little too long of a break maybe in the second quarter.
Could be. Savages control the board, one and done for the Cougs, and Warden brings it back up and one. They're going to give her continuation on that. That's why you don't quit on a play.
Well, and Warden absolutely filling the lanes down the court, good transition basketball. This is kind of what the Lady Savages were doing in the first quarter. They were taking advantage, full advantage of those trips down the court. And again,
she's got the old-fashioned three-point play there.
Absolutely.
And, this, a good team like that, and I think we discussed this last time, but you're going to have different players that are going to step up for you on different nights, It's not all Warden all the time, or it may not be all Jockaway all the time, but you've got five ladies out there that can, that can make it happen.
Well, Swigert step it up with a three-pointer, and, when Barry cools off a little bit, that's what you need.
Warden from a long two, so, we need to get our stats department woke up a little bit so I can see how many points she's got tonight and fouls. Outside shot, fighting for the rebound, and Cougars maintain control, and they shoot it from way out. They shot that from over there around Shawnee. Back up court goes Warden, and her shot does not fall.
And get her for that walk there.
I think she bounced, the pivot foot a little bit there. Yeah, isn't Randy our stats guy? Isn't he supposed to be taking stats?
He's taking shots over here with the cameras. So.
Yeah.
If we're counting on stats from Randy, I think they're not going to be very accurate for sure.
Probably not. Jockaway cutting in, and they're going to tie it up. And that's Wilson hanging on like a cat on a screen door.
I like that one. All right.
Exactly. Into Barry, back out to Warden and Schweigert. Just settle down, and you're going to be all right. Barry way out with it. I think she kind of wanted to shoot it, but she thought better. And Wilson's wanting to put it up here. She got, that was interesting. She got fouled as she had it up over her head. I don't think they're going to call that a shot, but.
Well, you can see that North Rock Creek, I'll get the name right. I was calling them Deep Rock Creek earlier, but North Rock Creek.
I caught that, but I just let it go.
I appreciate that. But anyway,
that's enough.
They've kind of made the adjustment inside and made it tougher to work in there for the Lady Savages. So not as much free reign.
No, definitely not. Now, Savages got a 7-point lead. They just quick inbounds play. I believe it was Schweigert took the shot, or it may have been Barry, and it rimmed out and out of bounds. Back in low there, and they're able to get it in the lane, which they weren't able to do earlier, but the shot just does not fall. Barry's still able to cause enough of a problem.
Yeah, she's a tall drink of water to shoot over there.
Yeah, she is.
Sure.
And errant pass goes back to the Cougars. Stop and pop and a little bit of walk.
Well, a fortunate break there for the Lady Savages.
The backup court we go. We've got Sadie Boatman in, who's not quite as tall as Barry, but pretty formidable down low when she wants to be. Schweigert's under pressure. She kicks it back out. I don't know if it went over the timeline or out of bounds first, but it went. We got inbounds from Masquis. She's going to set it up there at the top of the key for the Cougars.
Well, I'm squarely going to call that a 3-2 zone by the Lady Savages. And again, they're kind of getting back in formation there a little bit better and a little bit better presence.
They controlled the board that time. If you'll notice, is one and done. And, they got down. They took a quick shot there. And, again, I think that's just kind of ill-advised. That's not their basketball.
No, and they didn't have numbers at all, and it was kind of a quick shot. They should have set up a little bit.
And just like that, the Cougars get back down and put one in off the glass. So 5-point spread again. And we got coming up on 90 seconds to go in the third. Not been a spectacular third quarter for the Lady Savages.
No, not really what I expected.
But not great. And one and done again. The Cougars control the board. Back up court goes Masquis. And from way out and way off, that was number 15, Morgan Campbell. Now we've got Warden bringing it back up court. She kicked it out to Schweigert. And back up to Boatman, is that right? Yes.
It was, and that was a good open shot.
She was just right there, just inside the free throw line, middle of the lane, puts it up, and nothing but the bottom of the net. And much needed couple of points. And we might see the Savages. I was going to say, we've got 45 seconds to go. Now, the Savages committed a foul. That's on Warden. But, we're maybe getting ready to see the Savages go into the fourth with the same lead that they went into the third.
Jeff, my observation here for the Lady Savages is just not quite as much energy coming out in this third quarter that they started off the game with.
You're not seeing it.
And just like that last foul, I think Warden just a little bit slow to get out in front of that and just committed the foul because of that. But just not moving the feet very fast.
No, and one from way out. They can keep shooting those from way down on the, and I believe that's going to be out of bounds off of Boatman, I think. She dived and dove to the floor, rather, for the rebound, and that's why it's going to take some floor burns to win some of these games.
A little bit of the hustle kind of sucked out of the Lady Savages here this last quarter, but.
And if you'll notice, Masquis, she shot that one from over around Earlsboro. Well, matter of fact, probably a little bit further north. She probably wasn't too far out of her own high school parking lot there when she shot that one.
You're the only commentator that I got to bring a map to figure out where this stuff is going on.
I got to keep you on your toes.
I got to have a road atlas to know where.
That right there dated you pretty old when you said road atlas.
Yeah, I know. Well, my dad always said I should have one in the car.
Yeah, my dad carried one, probably still does. And one goes up from Jockaway. That goes a third of the way down, rims back out. And like I thought, Savages lead by 7, 39-32. Want to say real quick, my dad and Oreo are listening.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening, guys. And you've been listening to the Hub Network. Is that where I'm supposed to do that?
That sounds great to me.
Cool.
Thanks, Jeff.
Welcome back. We are at Tecumseh at the new gym, the old new gym. We are the Hub Network. And we've got one more quarter of Lady Savage basketball to go here. Savages come into the fourth quarter leading by 7, just like they come out of half. So they're going to have to get this finished.
Well, they've held on here fine in the third quarter. I'd call that kind of a draw in the third quarter. But they're going to have to make some adjustments here.
Yeah, they are, and this is time to get serious. Jockaway comes up court, and she's getting pestered, and passes it off to Wilson. We've got Boatman over there, errant pass, and just like that, turned over to the Lady Cougars.
Well, turnovers will kill you.
They will.
You can't beat yourself.
And up from way out there, and like I say, I don't mind them shooting those from the baseline right in front of their own bench, and it rims out every time. You've got Jockaway coming in a little short on the shot. Is she going to?
Nice hustle by Jockaway, though, getting on rebound there.
If you recall, when we were here versus that I'm tongue-tied, Ada Cougars.
Yep.
The hustle that started the comeback for the Savages was Jockaway and Wilson. And, they play the 1 and 2 position. Those are the hustle positions. And they may be the ones that kind of have to make it happen here. Now, Worden got her hand in the passing lane and was able to turn it over. Brought it up court and handed it off to Jockaway.
Yeah, she kind of returned the favor for the Cougars there a little bit.
Yeah, she did.
The ball back.
And pass to Barry, who might have been caught just a little bit asleep. She reeled it in, but she had to kind of go out and get it. And Worden drives down low, and they're going to call a charge. Nope, they're not. It's a blocking foul, yeah. Nice flop, though.
It was almost convincing. From this height, anyway.
Kind of like LeBron James. He's the only one that I've ever seen foul himself.
Yeah.
Into the ball game for the Lady Cougars. Number 43, Olivia Stacy.
Wide open.
And that's going to rim out, too. There's just been, it's gotten cold for the Savages, and they're going to have to start with defense if they're going to have an offensive comeback. And that zone defense that they have played all game has proved to be pretty tough. Stick with that, and I think they will have some offense come out of it.
Well, I agree. And that a good defensive effort there, but just got the body into the shooter on that last shot down the court.
And so far, Masquis misses her first one, and that's proven to be a foul's paid off there. She's going to hit the second one, so you trade 2 for 1 late in the game is not the end of the world there.
But you're kind of, Cougars kind of playing a creep up and surprise you here a little bit because they've got this within 4. Did have it within 4.
Warden made chicken salad out of chicken something else there.
Yeah, that was.
And if you could have seen that, you did see it because I'm not on radio right now. But it's better than I can explain to you at this point. But it was, ball kind of got loose, and it was a shot fell bad, went bad, and just picked it up, scooped it up, and put it in. And that's the kind of hustle you got to have.
Yeah, good putback. She was paying attention down there. She was in the right place at the right time. And with the right touch on that shot, and it went. And that gives you a little bit of breathing room. But the Savages, Lady Savages,
they
have to pay attention here and take full advantage. Got to get rid of these turnovers and get rid of these little mental mistakes, and set up their offense and run it and put deliberate points on the board here.
I can just about tell you what the Lady Cougars coach was saying over there. Hey, girls, you got this. We can play with those guys.
Yeah.
And I know, Coach Gentry, knowing his style like we do, he was saying they can't do it. It's up to you. But, if they believe, then that's going to be a problem until the clock runs out. Back up court go the Cougars, and they're going to attempt to drive it into the lane, a little floater, and it falls. So back to a 4-point game. Savages have got, if they play their game inside and out, and there was Schweiger just kind of caught unaware, but she did pull the pass in. You got to
see. Those are the mental mistakes that we did not see in the first quarter at all.
if they can get down and set up their offense and play their game, it works for two reasons right now. For one, you're bleeding the clock. But two, you're going to get the better shot because, like I say, it's going to pull that defense apart if something's going to present itself.
Well, the Lady Savages had to make a few adjustments and stretch out that defense a little bit. And the Cougars are taking advantage of that. And they ain't got a two-point game.
And it hadn't been that close since just the first minute or so. Wilson shoots one from way out. As,
not the shot you're looking for.
No, Warden not able to pull down the rebound. I don't know. I think it may be timeout time. They finally hit one of those from the baseline that I said, hey, I don't mind those. But the Cougars take their first lead tonight.
That's a lead change, and now you got to turn up the volume. You've left the door open for these Lady Cougars, and they've started playing a little tougher like they wanted a little bit.
That's going to be a foul on Masquis there. So we've got Barry going to the line, I believe, for the first time tonight. And you got to hit these. Hits her first. Kind of taking her time there on the second. Got a little bit of a pre-shot routine there. Puts it up, and that was going to fall also. Huge free throws for Barry.
Well, those are very important as you go down the stretch.
And Cougars walk for about the fifth time tonight. And nice turnover. Get down court, settle down, and things are going to work out your way. Savages leading by stick man right now. And what's happening is the Cougars tasting a little bit of success there, and they're, playing a little more defense, full court press, and that's where their offense is going to come from.
Absolutely.
So Savages got to play through it. Don't take that quick shot. Don't take the first shot no matter what. Warden comes in and pulls down the rebound. Now they're going to call that a tie-up or a foul. I believe that is a foul.
Well, I think that's the right call because the hustle was definitely on the Lady Savages side getting to the ball there.
Yeah, 100%. And guess they're still not in the penalty, so they're going to side out that. And Jockaway puts a much-needed three up that rims out. Barry gets the rebound again. And Schweiger going to put one up from deep, and it's not going to fall either.
Boy. I mean,
got some hustle there. Now Barry is going to commit a foul, but that is a collision that young lady from North Rock Creek is not going to win.
No, and I'm looking here to see how many. Barry only has 2 fouls, so 14 fouls. So, Barry could stand at this point in the game to be a little more aggressive down there and pick up the pace. Yeah,
she's going to have to be. They've got to keep that no-fly zone up down there, and they're not going to beat you from the outside, most likely, although they did hit one from deep a minute ago. Rims out there. Warden with the rebound. Up court to Jockaway, but take your time. And she got fouled also. That's Masquis. She has committed several fouls tonight.
Yes, and
I don't know if that's it.
16 fouls on the Cougars.
Yeah, so that's probably not it, but she's got at least 3 to 4.
Looks like they're 5. Oh, really 5? Is that it for her?
I don't know. It may be. Of course, they may just be saving her for the last minute or so. First free throw rattles in for Jockaway. And no matter how many times I make fun of Danny for saying that, I still, it's not enough.
On the free throws. Well, I'm sure he'll enjoy going back and watching this. And
I'm sure he will.
Let you know.
She hits both of them, so Savage is leading by 3 right now. Just do your thing, and you're okay. But now that was clean right there, I believe. What do you think?
Well, I did too, but it's hard to see. Sometimes the officials right there underneath can see where the body gets in there a little bit. And it's kind of a judgment call either way, you know, on that. But
Well, I'm a homer, and I don't even try to deny it. So,
you know, here's the thing about this: when you've left the door open, and you come down where these free throws are that important, you should have a little bigger lead where you're not
yeah, you're right.
worried about that.
Splits the difference and gets one of them. You know, if the Lady Savages had done what they needed to do at times, they wouldn't be fighting for their lives right now, because they're clearly a better team, and we've not seen enough of their type of basketball tonight. Warden with the ball back up to Barry at the top of the key. And she's just holding it there for a minute. Trying to draw the defense out. There's nobody down low. The lane completely empty now. Warden cut through. Could have been so nice. Warden was going to cut again, and just a pass a little too hot. A little too hot, a little high. Took a few seconds off the clock. It's really the only thing he gained there. Savage is still leading by 2.
North Rock Creek has kind of slowed it down a little bit. Well, but got a timeout there.
I can't think of a better time. Honestly, it was called by the North Rock Creek coach, but I think we should take it too. So we've got 2.5 minutes.
Well, an exciting game here, but I don't think Coach Gentry wanted this to be quite as exciting as it's turned out.
Through the first quarter and then some, I didn't expect a nail biter, and kind of what you've got here.
I think tonight this game has kind of gone the way that Barry has gone. I mean, Barry started off hot in the first quarter, not letting anything come into the lane there at all. The tight defense, everything was really good. She was taking some shots, making the defense for North Rock Creek be honest and come out and open up the middle so they could score in the interior, and that was happening. And boy, you got to give a little credit to the North Rock Creek coaches. They have tightened it up.
Well, they have, and they have not stopped. They have not cut out on the hustle at all. They haven't stopped believing in themselves. And, you know, like I said earlier, this is why they're still hanging around. Win or lose, they think they're going to win.
Exactly. They certainly have a chance. And
if you go out believing that, you just might.
A lot of those errant passes into the third and fourth quarter, in early fourth quarter for the Lady Savages have let them get back in this a little bit.
A lot of middle mistakes. And Cougars trying to swing it around a little bit. The Savages have kept them out of the lane so far. And potential steal there by Wilson, and she's going to commit the foul. And that's going to be side out as well. And that is brought in by Morgan Campbell. Savages have got to continue this tight zone defense, and I think that's presented a problem for the most part for the Cougars. And the ball is loose. And we've got a timeout, Savages. So Jockaway gets her hands on it, and she was down there in the lane fighting like she was killing rattlesnakes. And that kind of hustle is what it's going to take to pull these kind of games out. We've got a minute 42 here, Joe. Savages have possession, and you've got to come out you've got to come out and set it up and take your time because, like I say, there's a double benefit for that. Hopefully you score.
Yeah, you've got to have good clock management right now with minute 42 on the clock, and the Lady Savages have to take care of the ball first and foremost. They can't let any cheap points get past them.
There's several times tonight, mental mistakes. Lady Savages just kind of get caught sleeping, just get caught unaware, and that don't work in basketball.
No, it doesn't, and you can see the effect of that. It kind of looked like North Rock Creek actually kind of lulled the Lady Savages to sleep there in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter.
And did Warden step over the line when she threw it in? What happened there?
That was a foul away from the ball.
Okay. And that was on Wilson. I wasn't even looking at Wilson, but that turned the ball over right there.
Yeah.
Got to set that defense up, and wild little shot there from the elbow goes in, and we got a tie ball game.
Boy, that is, and they have had to honor those three-point shots by North Rock Creek, and that spread that defense out by the Lady Savages. That opened that shot up.
Yeah, absolutely does. Barry over there on the wing. Pass to Schweiger, who wanted to put it up, but she's put it in there to Warden, who puts it in. Gotta have that. We've said over the years in football, big-time players make big-time plays.
They do, and that
was big time.
It was. It was a double team, and she just didn't let the contact bother her and went elevated and made the shot.
And she pulls the ball down again. She's got the hot hand, and maybe she's thinking, you know what, not tonight.
Well, she did the right thing by pulling it back a little bit, slowing it down, taking some more time off the clock here. They've got the lead. And that's what will make North Rock Creek start to value right there. They've got to try to stop that clock.
And, I truly am not superstitious, but Savages have been good from the line tonight.
Well, when we started this game, I wouldn't have told you that the free throws may have mattered too much coming down the stretch, but boy, none bigger than every one you go to the line on right now.
Yes.
At the line for the Lady Savages, Serenity Jockaway.
And Jockaway there at the line, she is a veteran athlete, not just on the hardwood, but she is a veteran, and she's going to do what she can to make it happen for the Savages.
Absolutely, and I think that's North Rock Creek going to take a timeout there.
36 seconds. The Savages lead by 4 now. Those free throws could not have really hardly been any bigger. We may see some here in a minute that are, but those were huge.
Well, that makes it at least a two-possession game, and it gives a little bit of a little more panic set in for North Rock Creek there a little bit. And it changes your defensive stance a little bit down here. You don't want to foul. You want to be aggressive on defense, but you don't want to foul.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And, the zone defense that Savages play, it's been enough trouble for the Cougars tonight. You got to trust that. Well, play it to the best of your ability. Might even at times call it like a box plus one.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just play it tight, and go with what you know, and that's what the Savages do well.
They put more pressure on the ball out front lately with that defense, and the top three or the top one is chasing that ball a little bit more around the perimeter, but they've had to because North Rock Creek has been hitting some outside shots and made them respect that.
We've got McCray throwing the ball in. And they're going to take a shot right now from the top of the key, and it is going to bounce out. And I just kind of wish they hadn't taken that so quick.
Well, that was
4 seconds off the clock.
Exactly. That was a lucky break there that went behind the backboard for the Cougars. Because that was really an uncontested shot out top. It came off the pick, rolled right out.
The Cougars have been just good enough from deep. They've not been exceptionally good. And Jockaway she's going to go to the free throw line again.
Now the important thing there is she got across the timeline.
Mm-hmm. she had to hustle to get across the line.
Absolutely. But if you wanted anybody at the free throw line, Jockaway's the one you'd want there, Ad.
Yes, sir, she is. She's, like I say, she's a leader, a veteran, and she's going to hit her free throws.
And I'm really glad she made that, so I wouldn't be accused of jinxing that shot.
I know it. And that one rimmed out, so 5-point lead, 20 seconds. And I was looking up at the clock. What did she do?
Well, that was, they called a time, no? Was it a timeout, or does it, that's a turnover. I guess she lost control of the ball there, out of bounds.
Maybe she did.
I thought they had called a timeout when they crossed the timeline. I think maybe that was what she was trying to do, but lost control of the ball, I think.
So Schweigert catches the inbounds pass. You just got to take your time here. And they're letting some time run off the clock. Back to Jockaway and Wilson.
A little bit of keep
and
away.
They're going to take Sammy to the line right now. 9.67 seconds.
Well, they kept the ball in the hands of the shooters, and so that
yeah,
good for the Lady Savages.
If you can keep the 1 and 2 going to the line. And there's Sammy there, and she plays a 3 and 4, and she hit her first shot. So,
Jeff, I like the logo.
You got it.
I like it. Yeah.
Good deal. Those are our postcards that we send out, and it's getting ready to gear up.
Yeah, it's about that time for you. It's about to be. It is tax season, I guess, officially, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll be doing taxes within the next week and a half, probably.
I guess right now you got to get W-9s and all that kind of stuff out.
Well, people are still sending those out. They have to be made available to the employee, the W-2s do, by the 30th of January, 31st of January. You know, sometimes those are real quick, and the first shot goes in for the Lady Cougar there. But, you know, in these days, a lot of people go and print them offline, and they're looking to get their the taxes done right away. A little secret there is, though, and they hit both of their free throws. A little secret there is IRS does not open up the e-filing portal until somewhere between the 8th and even sometimes closer to the 20th of January. So they'll shut down their e-filing portal from, it varies. I want to say late October through almost middle January. So no matter how, you could have all your stuff today and you're not going to get to file. But it's going to be hot and heavy here within a couple weeks.
I'll just put a little plug in for you, sir. Thompson. Hang on a minute. I got my glasses on, Jeff.
I offered to loan your mind, but
Thompson Group, business and tax consultants.
Yeah.
If you need someone to do your taxes, bring it down to Jeff. Let him take a look at them.
Yes, sir. We're just right down there on Kickapoo, 1110 North Kickapoo. If you know where Kickapoo and the Spur intersect, I'm about just a fraction over a block south of that.
Okay.
And I think we're as competitively priced as anybody in town. Pretty quick. Usually we can get it done. Probably 95% of the time we can get it done while you wait. And I always like to tell people, if we have to, we'll rip the IRS a new loophole. So come down and see us. We'll do what we can.
I figured there had to be some quip that you could come up with.
Yeah, I've always got something. And turnover on the inbounds pass, and then turn back over. Let me see, number 15. I called her name just a minute ago. Sophomore Sarah Campbell. She's a youngster. She went to swing it back around down court and just too much on the pass.
4-point game and a fast foul there for North Rock.
And is that Jockaway going back to the line?
Jockaway going back to the line. That is not the person I'd want at the line for.
Nope, but,
a North Rock Creek supporter.
She's the only one you had.
That's very true. And again,
and that's smart basketball.
Good job.
That's smart basketball.
And that has what has saved the Lady Savages really and opened us up here at the end a little bit has been the free throws and the accuracy and the for the Lady Savages. And you have to, Coach Gentry's right on the mark when he says how important those are.
That's good basketball. You can't, and there are too many people that just can't shoot those.
Oh!
And the Cougs hit one at the buzzer from that dreaded baseline.
Boy,
brought it to within 2, but as time ran out, Savage just found themselves on top, and that was a bit of a physical fight there at the end, Joe.
Yeah, it was. Boy, it's a good thing it wasn't any closer than that, because that would have been a
Yes, it was.
shot.
I'd have been ready to throw up if that would have been a game-winning three-point shot. But as it is, the boys are going to come out and warm up. Do we want to go commercial a little bit here?
We'll show some sponsors. I'll just take a chance here to kind of tell everybody, hey, thanks everybody for sponsoring this. I know it's been a kind of a hard year for everybody. I think even Coach Bullock would say that a little bit. Just for him personally, it's been a hard year and physically and just kind of a tough year for the team. But they're still.
Well, I've learned it. I think we've all learned this year. Don't take anything for granted. Don't take people for granted. Life's a fragile thing.
It is.
And we saw a young man, have an episode, and he's still clinging to life, I guess, last night in NFL. And of course, I had the same thing going through my mind, the same nerves going through my mind a few months ago in football when Coach Bull had a problem. And you just gotta remember, one of my old coaches, Barney Shirey, always would say, the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing.
That's right.
That's kind of cheesy, but you gotta keep your focus and remember what you're doing.
That's harder to do than it is to say. Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah. Well, you're right, and I think everybody's kind of been a year. The further we get away from COVID and all that junk, I think it's been hard to get life back to normal for a lot of people in a lot of different ways. But I think slowly things are turning the corner, and
it slowly is. And
personally, I'm glad we're in 2023 and we're done with 2022. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, 22 a little better than 1, but I just do not revisit either one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll take a little break, Jeff, and we'll be back here for the start of the boys' game here in just a little bit on the Hub Network.
All right. Welcome back to Tecumseh. We've got the Savage men's varsity warming up. We're about 90 seconds from tip-off, according to the clock here. So it's I hope it's as exciting as that last game was.
Well, that last game probably shouldn't have been quite as exciting, but it ended up that way. But
I don't think so. Hopefully we get a chance to talk to Coach Gentry here in a little bit.
But yeah, we're going to try to bring the coaches in for some interviews during these games. Coach Gentry will be coming over during halftime of the boys game here. We didn't get a chance to talk to Coach Edwards today, but maybe we'll get him to come in before the guys' games at the halftime of the girls' games next time around. But we want to talk to those guys and hear what they're doing in their programs and hear what they're doing preparing these teams for down the stretch here.
Yeah, because it's it's still kind of early in the season. We're not to midpoint yet, so
no.
There's things that can be done, and Savages the Savages come in tonight 2-5. So the Lady Savages were 5-2, so now they're 6-2. But the men are going to be 2-5 coming into this game tonight, and they're going to have to. Get some things worked out. You know, one of the things, and I was thinking about this while we were off the air, but those smaller schools that if they do anything well, it's basketball. So, you know, they've been playing it for a while over at North Rock Creek, maybe not as high schoolers, but, you know, some of these kids here now may have been ones that have been in the program since they were just tykes, you know.
Well, that's very true, and pretty much all they have over there at North Rock Creek to draw on is the program that they've developed through those younger kids coming up through their high school this year. So
they are introducing starting five for the Cougars, and we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. And I'm trying to look. Number 21, they just introduced. His name is Jordan Cootie. Do people still talk about the Cooties anymore?
With who?
His last name was Cootie. I said, do people still talk about the Cooties anymore?
Well, I don't know. I haven't used that since I was about 9. But
yeah, well, me neither. But we'll get back on that. Jason Baldwin, number 3. Brady Overstreet. So you've got your 1 and 2 out.
20,
Sean Hill, sophomore. I've said 100 times I'm a big Sean Hill fan. Marquand Crush, you know, if you get a chance to talk to him, not a nicer young man at the school, I guarantee you, than Marquand Crush. And Keegan Plumley to round out starting 5.
Well, you know, as I was just thinking here while, you know, North Rock Creek is just a ways up the road there. I can see these two teams developing into a little bit of a rivalry over time as they get more established, you know.
It certainly could. God, they're not over just a couple of minutes north of Shawnee. I mean, it's a... And, you know, really, I would have thought there would have been more people in the stands because it's close enough to be just a borderline home game.
Yeah, it's just over there.
Yeah, it is. The Savages control the tip. And Jason Baldwin brings it down to the Savage side of the floor. Crush at the top of the key. Now Baldwin has it again. Going to drive it in and misses everything. Not a bad looking little shot, just too much power on it. And Cougars come up court hot and drive it into the court. They had, you know, I mean, they had room, but they were shut down in the lane and going to draw a foul.
And double team got there just a little bit late, which caused the foul into the body there.
Yeah, Plumley's the one that committed the foul. And the first free throw, it goes in. It's good. So that first point of the game goes to the Cougars. Second one is up and good as well. Cougars showing some press heading up court. And that was kind of weird. When Overstreet is Baldwin. He was kind of tripped out of bounds and forced out. I don't know. I mean, I guess they felt like there wasn't any contact.
Well, that's a turnover.
That was kind of weird. Of course, they always do that, but he's looking over at the official like, hey, what about this? You know, and the referee was not buying tonight. Offensive foul, yeah. There's kind of a strange sequence of events to start the game. Savages come back up court.
And a couple quick fouls now.
Yeah.
North Rock Creek.
Yes. He'll have it out there at the wing. He's passed it back in. Crush rejected. And I believe that's going to go out to the Savages. Kind of a little bit of sloppiness. It's going to be nice if they settle in. And just a mental mistake there. Errant pass from Plumlee to Overstreet. And just like that, the Cougs head back up court. Now the Savages have a chance to get their defense set up. They're going to 2-1-2 it for now. Savage defense is standing up pretty tough right now, but Cougar shoots, misses everything. Overstreet brings it down. And from way outside, Baldwin shoots. And I'm going to say he must have thought it was an away game because he was shooting from North Rock Creek.
I was just waiting for that one. I figured.
I had to work that up in there for a minute, but inbounds pass it into the lane, and turns over. And just like that, the Cougars drive to the bucket and lead by 4.
Man, and then boy. Savages get that back. But
well, it's sloppy. It's really sloppy. I'm looking down here for names on the roster, and dumb stuff's happening.
Well, not very well put together yet by the Savages. They kind of haven't settled into some rhythm here.
Plumlee's going to pass in. Probably going to.
All right, see it. Well, just
You gotta be kidding me. And I was going to say he's going to hit Baldwin with that inbounds pass. Cut it so hard, it just goes straight out of bounds.
Out of reach.
Baldwin's nothing. Yeah. I guess you would say he sliced it. Back up court, the Cougs drive to the basket, getting some high percentage shots. It does not fall. They've got time to set up their offense now and run something. And out of the bounds to Savages.
It's full court press.
You cannot do that. It pass went to Overstreet there, and he just immediately forwarded it on down court because Savages had some space, and Crush wasn't looking for it.
Good defense there. Good defense.
Tough defense by Plumlee. And he rejects number 2, David King. We've got Jace Edwards coming in here.
Oh, off the back of the Savage defender there.
Edwards is a junior. He is the coach's son, from my understanding. immediate shot from the elbow, or from the wing rather, goes in for three. And Savages have not managed to get on the board yet.
Well, this full court press is causing some problems.
They've got the Savages flustered at this point. So back inbounds, and it goes in right at the top of the key there. McCray. Another shot from way outside. It's off this time, a little short. Back up court goes Overstreet, and nice layup. It just rims out a little bit, draws a foul. A and one would have been nice to maybe get their offense to churn in a little bit.
Well, they need to get something on the board because you're getting deep into this first quarter already, and there you go.
And sometimes it is free throws that kind of opens it up a little bit.
Well, at least I think it's kind of settling the game in a little bit for the Savages. We're just a little too much adrenaline or something.
We got a freshman Cohen Warden in, and second free throw falls as well. So Savages down by 5, finally get on the board, and they're pressing the Cougars a little bit coming up court. Of course, that leaves the Savages exposed down court, and that little floater from the wing there, from the elbow rather, it just goes in, and that's deadly.
Boy, I mean, 3 defenders from North Rock Creek over there on the press.
And Overstreet drives it in. His shot goes a little too hard off the glass. Rebound by the Cougars, and it's back up to their end of the floor again. Shot from 3, and that rebound by the freshman there. Freshman Warden.
The Deep Rock Creek defenders not giving much room.
And, you know, they go, if they're diving after the loose balls, you know, things are going to go their way. Like I say, the basketball games are not won without floor burns. That's just the nature of the beast.
No, and that hustle translates into points most generally. So
almost every time.
So a tough start here for the Savages getting going. I don't know that they came out with a lot of energy, but again, kind of some foolish mistakes, turning the ball over.
I don't think it was productive energy. It was just, you know, energy by itself, not always good.
Energy without purpose, right?
Exactly. That sounds wise.
That does sound almost like something smart to say. Huh?
Philosophical, yeah. Up court go the Cougars. Ball is at the wing. And the errant pass turns it over to the Savages. It wasn't so much an errant pass as it was an errant catch. And they're just swarming the Savages. And out from the baseline, deep. And that was Jace Edwards. That draws iron, but not much else. Cougars control the board, back up. Just a little short shot there from just stop and pop there from the elbow, and it goes in.
But they're, you know, the little bit of penetration they're getting, they're causing the defense of the Savages to collapse, to open up those 5- and 10-foot shots out there, and they're going in for Deep Rock Creek, and that is a difference right now in this game.
It absolutely is, and you've got Warden bringing the ball up court and back up to Overstreet. They're going to try to set the offense up. Out to Baldwin on the wing. Now he's kind of probing, looking back over to Warden. And that's Baldwin rather. That's Overstreet. I get the two of them confused. They're about the same size.
Oh, nice pass. Oh, is he going to get a walk there?
I don't think so.
No.
And those will eat you up. Always look up court and see what you got. Got Warden laying one almost in. And Crush comes down for the rebound, can't get his hands on it. It goes out of bounds to the Cougars.
just not in sync yet. Savages aren't.
No, they are not. And they're hitting them at will there from just outside the, between downtown and the lane. Just inside, medium range jumpers, 2-point shots.
But it's kind of a lost art.
money on that.
I would say I'm an old school basketball guy too. I think you said that you are, and you start hitting those little medium range jump shots. It makes your defense do different things.
Yes, it does.
To defend against that.
Well, everybody wants to shoot the three-point shot. From Little League on to the NBA, three-point shot sexy.
Oh.
But something that's not so attractive is when it doesn't go down. Dunk attempt there by Edwards, and he had a whole lot of rim there, not a whole lot of net.
Whole lot of rim and kicked it back out. Just enough disruption of his shot. He couldn't elevate enough to get that in to drop.
We've got him listed here as 6'2". I'm going to say he's probably closer to 6 foot. So he's got some hops, but a little wild.
Well, I think the rim would agree with you. He's just a little shorter than what he is listed on there. Didn't quite go down.
Did not. And, if it had, maybe that would have been a big momentum shift.
Yes.
Savages trailing 14-2, and they're going to have a shift. And quite honestly, Joe, they're going to have it quick.
Well,
I know it's still early in the game, but with that being said, they're down 12 points.
They need things to turn around here, especially with shots going down or just getting shots. They're not really getting much opportunity yet.
You can't wait until you're 20 points down to do this. Now we've got Overstreet trying to find penetration, does not find it, passes it out baseline and back up around top of the key again, and that goes in. He will get and one.
If they don't call it on the floor, I think so. Yep. Looks like it.
So, again, a chance for just the old-fashioned three-point play. And we've got Plumlee coming back in for Crush. And shot does not fall. And as we learned just a few minutes ago, free throws are super important. And Cougars are getting second and third attempts every time. Fourth attempt, fifth attempt, sixth attempt, seventh. Well, they got 6 flat-out attempts down there. You can't allow that.
No, you've got to control the boards a little bit.
Sean Hill driving in, and his shot falls errant as well. And nice defensive play there, all ball. Nice block by Hill. And let's see if they've got him at 6'1". I'm not sure he's a lot of fun to watch in football. He is very fast.
Well, he elevated there and certainly got, like you said, all ball on that block. Nice defense.
Cougars have their offense set up. Side out. Well, it wasn't a foul. It was just out of bounds. They're able to get it down low to the cutter, and he converts.
Well, and just, you can't let him have the baseline there, and this was just a cutter.
Pass to Edwards. Plummer's shot goes in, and it bounced really slow. I was kind of wondering there for a second.
Well, when you take a full quarter to get 6 points on the board,
that's too much quarter, not enough points.
Yep.
Overstreet comes down, shoots it wild from the baseline. Of course, time was running out. After one here in T-Town, Savages trailed by 10, and I'll be honest with you, Joe, from the looks of things, it could have been worse.
Yeah, it could have. They actually held that within 10, and I think now they've got to shake that off and come back and get this thing settled down and get it under control here for the Savages.
Absolutely got to, and I know Coach Edwards is going to have that proverbial come to Jesus. We'll see if it does any good.
Well, there's a lot of people in his tent over there, so we'll see if anybody converts.
Yes.
Comes back out on the court here for the second quarter. But yeah, I agree. I think the Savages just had too much misdirected energy when they came out on the court here to start this, and just too many mental mistakes, and too many bad passes and turnovers. So hopefully they can correct that here, and Coach Edwards can get them dialed in.
Well, it wasn't for lack of hustle. most of the time, hustle's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Didn't quite translate that way this time.
It did not, and their defense, though, did tighten up a little bit towards the end of the first quarter, so it made it a little bit tougher, but there for a while, North Rock Creek was just getting shots at will pretty much from 5 to 10 feet, and they were just going down.
Got Warden throwing it in, and I think he's going to try to hit Overstreet, maybe, yes. Back to Warden on the wing. And Edwards, a little bit of a low pass. And Overstreet, he was short by 5 feet.
Well, I think they got a little bit of that ball as it
I
came
hope
out of
they
their
did.
hands.
Because seriously, now off the rebound, Cougars come back down and score.
They have not lost any focus here the second quarter. They were keeping the pressure on.
They have not. And Warden's shot's good, a long two-pointer.
That'll help a little bit.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Take some pressure off of that press. Hopefully that makes them back off a little bit in the press. Good block
the
there.
Cougars are very good at getting it to the cutter. And turnover there, heading back up court, and they bring it down back up under the goal and score anyway. There's Overstreet paying it back.
That's what you need to see out of transitional offense, breaking a press like that. You get it right down there and get an easy layup. That should make North Rock Creek back off just a little bit.
It would a little bit, and North Rock Creek had some points of transition in the first quarter, and that's how you're supposed to do it. And one from three did not fall. Savages gather the rebound and passes to Edwards. He doesn't collect it, but it looked like to me.
Was he tripped on that?
Well, no, I think
Lost his footing.
the court monster got him, but what happened is it was off one of the fingertips of a Cougar trying to, and they would have been wise to have just let it go.
Yeah.
Because it had some heat on it. It's into Sean Hill. And Baldwin puts it up. Warden with the rebound.
Oh, one too many passes maybe there on that one.
I'm not sure he had a plan when he went off the ground. Fortunately, it went off the Cougar, so it worked out. Having trouble getting it in and threading the needle there.
Sometimes, when you're at that point, his defender had gone past him there, and a little dribble penetration in to make that defense move towards you to open up that baseline in the post might have been a good move there, but just didn't work out that time for the Savages. And again, I think they're seeing things, but they're not, their bodies aren't quite reacting the way what their minds are.
Yeah.
What the minds are seeing open up.
They're not quite they're just not quite synchronized yet. Their timeout, probably well timed.
Well, this will give them a chance to come in and, no, it's North Rock Creek's ball.
I think set up their defense. It's a quick pass down court. They can get it up court fast.
Yeah, I'm just going to say about the North Rock Creek defense down there, it looks like there's 6 guys on the court down here. They're spread out so well.
They are.
So evenly. They're just blocking all the lanes.
Sean Hill got in the passing lane, and they're just about got away with it.
On the floor, he says.
And who was that on? Was that on Plumlee?
I think it's going to be.
Yeah, that's at least 2 on him.
Yeah, that's 3 on 44.
Is that 3?
Yeah.
Where are you getting your foul numbers?
Right off the scoreboard right there.
Oh,
Put his number there, 44 and 3.
that's a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And then it.
So inbound.
I'm sorry, that's 2 team fouls on 3 team fouls and 2
personal?
fouls on personal.
Yeah.
Personal fouls on Plumlee.
Now we've got, who do we have in here? I like this young man. Kenny Hatcher. We talked about him a little bit last week. He's He is a walking, talking foul machine. And you got to have that
yeah, that's
big
right.
guys. You always got to have one of those. And I'm always excited when I see him come in.
Well, for guys of our era, we'll just call him the Dennis Rodman of the Savage team here.
Yeah, he's a bruiser. I always used to tell those guys, you've got 5. You might as well use them.
Well, and a lot of times to get aggressive, that's what you have to do. The defense much better that time for the Savages on this end, pushing out and putting pressure on the ball, at least to make it a little more difficult for North Rock Creek to make those turnaround jumpers.
Yes. So a little bit of fancy handles there by Overstreet that gets thrown away on Baldwin. Decent looking possession so far until they turn it over. And another one from the wing goes in for 3.
It's pretty much an uncontested shot. I mean, he was wide open when he caught the ball, catch and shoot for North Rock.
He had time to think about it.
See how much more energy there is flying to the ball on the Savage end of the court, because they're just not giving him space to get set. That's probably the most space they've had all night right there.
Yeah. And, right through the hands of Hatcher there. Crush tries to save it, and he finally salvages it for 2.
Boy, Crush turned that into something right there.
Yeah, he did.
That's going to be another foul.
We'll see if that is on...
Foul is called. Number 20.
Yep, that's on Sean Hill there.
Sean Hill's first foul.
First one rims out, so good foul.
The Savages need to make a little run here. They need to, the defense was kind of shutting down, slowing down North Rock Creek here a little bit, but they haven't been able to do much on the offensive end.
Well, they're trailing by a dozen with that free throw, and there's time, but they've got to do it now, and if it continues at this rate, another errant pass, mental mistake, continues at this rate, you're down in the third, and turnover by the Cougars. You're down in the third by 30 points, and then what?
Well, you can't make it all up in one quarter, so you need to start chipping away at this and get it down to something manageable here before you go in at halftime.
Edwards shoots 2 foot short from way out there. And that was a thing of beauty right there.
Well, the problem with the
coast pass.
Yeah, the long shots, that usually opens it up for the transitional offense of the defense on the other end.
Savages get it into Hatcher. His shot's a little strong. Which, maybe Hatcher's kind of like, Perk used to be playing for the Thunder, Wasn't going to score a whole lot, but you were going to feel it once the game was over. And those shots are the ones they want. Those are the ones they're going to hit a lot of. Just right there in the lane. On the short end of a mid-range jumper.
And really, North Rock Creek really content to run or pull it back and set up their offense and work it around a little while. I mean, they really are playing either game with no problem. And the Savages just haven't been able to quite shut them down yet.
They have not. So we've got Overstreet going to the line here.
Oh, he already gave him the ball. Yeah, I was going to say that was going to be a lane violation.
And his shot does not fall. Back up court. And the way they had Savages spread out, you can't defend against that.
No.
Hatcher in there ready to put the hurt on somebody, but the ball was somewhere else, so.
Every shot is contested that the Savages take.
And the layups are not falling.
Foul for the Cougars.
Gets a foul away from the ball there.
Into the ball game for the Cougars. Number 3, Jason Cooper.
Give a little shout out to Randy Gray over here on the camera, doing a great job.
Oh, handy Randy. He's the hardest working man in show business.
He is. He noted earlier that we had a nice spring day going on here, but the temperatures dropped a little bit this evening, I think.
The minute the sun goes down, but the last couple, 3 days have been nice. And Overstreet drives all the way in to the bucket and converts, but that's too few and far between.
A nice
Savages
move.
have got to start making those kind of shots happen.
You cannot let that happen on defense right there. Although it turned out okay, but a lot of penetration.
Yes, it was straight in, and Edwards shot from Earlsboro.
Man,
Not quite to Seminole. And on that, it creates a long rebound. Cougars get down and score right under the bucket.
I mean, they're really good at turning those transitional points around right there. Those rebounds into transitional points, but here it is again, a steal.
And that was given away, really. Strange little hook pass over his head, and to have enough power on it to get where it needed to go.
At the line to shoot for North Rock Creek, number 15, Colby.
So both teams in the bonus now for the first half.
Back in the ball game for Tecumseh.
Okay, I got another one for you here.
Number 12, Colin Gordon.
The young man at the free throw line, his first name is Seven. Do you think his parents were Seinfeld fans?
Very possible.
Or of course, it could have been a misprint. He may be Stephen.
Maybe.
But it said, I looked. I did
It says
a double
7.
take.
Right?
Yes.
Well, you never know these days, right?
Oh, you don't.
That was a hard pick.
Yes.
That was a hard pick.
That will rattle your teeth right there. Set by Sean Hill.
But I don't know that would have warranted a.
Back into the ball game for Tecumseh.
I don't think he was moving. It wasn't a moving pick. It was just a hard pick.
Kind of, if you can shift your weight from one hip to the other at the optimal time, you can flat rattle somebody's teeth.
It was real close on that one.
Yeah. After all those passes, they get a drive in and it does not fall. But they're doing what they want to. But Baldwin bringing it up court.
Foul is on North Rock Creek, number 15, Colby.
Well, it's clear there's going to be it's just a gap. I mean, just a big gap in the score right now. But it's clear that there's going to be some opportunity from the free throw line this last minute or so of the first half. But Savages are going to have to maximize that.
That was Crush. His first one was good.
At the line for the Savages.
When you get down over 10 points, 12, 15 points, 16 points, you got to start chipping away at this and just make it manageable first.
Yeah, the second one does not fall. And you're right. I mean, take what you can, play a lot of defense. As always, defense makes offense. Mm-hmm. And it starts at the line and the defensive end, I think, and the end of the floor, that is. And it's yet to ignite for these guys. Shot from the baseline, it rims out. And it should have absolutely been a Savage rebound and almost wasn't.
And then a steal.
They're going to call a foul on is that Baldwin? Yes.
They're going to be, that's 3 fouls. Probably got to go sit down here in a minute.
Probably so. I'd hate to get my fourth one with 38 seconds to go in the first half. And the first one falls. Have you noticed his shoes are pink?
I haven't noticed, but you're right.
Second one falls as well.
Back in the ballgame for Tecumseh, number 20, Sean Hill.
Sean Hill's going to come in for Baldwin, so Overstreet brings it up court.
Well, they're going to have to attack. So you cannot do that.
That was, let's call that a leisurely pass, and this is no time for leisure. I mean, just kind of a little lob over there. You can't do that.
Yeah, you're going to have to attack the basket and make North Rock Creek make the adjustment, make the defense make the adjustments to the offense.
That's not urgency.
The defense right now is attacking the passing lanes of the Savages and creating havoc, turnovers, and that translates into fouls or points on the other end. Now they're in the double bonus the last 26 seconds, 27 seconds.
And one falls. Savages down by 20 points. And, like I say, it's getting to a point that, comeback's harder to mount. But Edwards out there at the wing going to try some dribble penetration. And he draws the foul.
And penetration is good. You want to attack the basket, but there's 4 other players on the court that have to make something happen, have to cut, set a pick, make the defense do something to respect what the ball handler is doing.
Yeah, ISO ball's not going to win this ball game for the Savages. Splits the difference. And as time runs out for the first half, Savages find themselves down 21 points.
Well, and when you can go coast to coast on that in the last 8 seconds of the game and put 2 more points on the board, your defense wasn't holding it up at all. I mean, you were reaching in, just reaching for the ball, not getting.
Well, and there would have been a cheap foul.
Yeah, it would have.
Just a couple seconds left. I mean, it was very, very possible to happen there. So, Savages got to get it together. I mean, it's not a insurmountable obstacle ahead of them, but it's big.
Yeah, 16 points. Yeah, 16 points in high school basketball and a half for men's basketball is not enough to get the job done for sure. So.
No, it is not.
Well, let's take a break.
Let's do.
Take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back and
I like it.
Summarize the first half. Stay with us on the Hub Network.
welcome back. We are back here in Tecumseh, the halftime of the men's varsity game. Savages trail 16-37, but we have a special guest here, and none other than Coach Eldon Gentry. And,
I don't know about special, but
well, I mean, you're special as we have here.
okay.
The most special guest I have tonight.
Okay.
You know, and you and I have kind of met in passing a little bit, but I really have yet to take any time, so it's a privilege to have you here. And I want to congratulate you on a win tonight.
Thank you.
Kind of take me, and this may be sort of elementary stuff for the listeners, but I'm sort of a newbie when it comes to this particular group of Lady Savages. Kind of take me through the basics. I mean, how long have you been the head coach of
So this is my 5th year as the head. I was 4 as the assistant under Matt Thornton and Ryan Smith, and then I took over, and this is my 5th year as the head coach.
Okay. Now, you've been at Tecumseh a little longer than that.
9 years altogether. Yeah.
See if I had put that math together. I was already thinking of my second question.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be a math guy, and I flat missed that one. Well, you know, I can see as we can watch these girls, and I've watched a month ago we played Ada here,
right.
A little less than a month ago, and tonight 2 completely different games.
Yep.
But it feels like, excuse me, feels like when the girls get to their game plan, they're very tough to beat.
Right.
You kind of had to get them into that mode against Ada.
Yeah.
And tonight it was hard to keep them in that mode.
Hey, we came out tonight firing on all cylinders, and then kind of, I don't know if it's that Christmas break, not quite in good enough shape to keep that going because we slowed down, stopped running a little bit, but we snuck away with the win. The ugly win's always better than pretty loss.
Absolutely
no
did.
what.
Now, tell me a little bit about this, the Lady Cougars. I mean,
yeah, so they're young. You know, they just had this is just their 5th year, maybe 4th year even having a high school team. So,
you know, these smaller schools like that followed the path that they have followed, they do basketball well.
Yeah. So I think tonight she might have started like 4 sophomores and 1 senior, something like that. Might be what started tonight for them. So they're young.
There was a point there that they thought they could win.
Oh yeah, well, they could have.
I sat there thinking, Savages have the better team.
Yeah, Coach Kilnick does a good job with them, so she's got them rolling pretty good. They get them younger girls going here a little bit. They're going to be tough to deal with for years to come.
They absolutely will. And, you know, convincing them that they can win is part of getting them to buy into what you're doing. And that kind of leads me to the next question. You know, you've got your girls to buy in. I mean, you've got seem like you have a system there. And I watched I watch Coach Trahan a lot. And I know you have some of his players, or maybe he has some of yours.
Yeah.
However that works, I don't know. But, you know, he has a system, and they buy in, and they are perennially good. And I see kind of that kind of pattern, that path being followed. How do you do that?
We share a lot of athletes between the 2 sports, and we also share a lot of ideas about how things should be run. You know, he has certain standards, and I have certain standards. So when those girls come from softball to basketball, they just pick up. We do things the right way, and it's going to be the same thing. He has a system that works. And, you know, whenever I took over 5 years ago, that's the biggest hard you talk about North Rock Creek was getting those kids to think they could win. Like, we didn't talk about losing. When we go to every game, we go into every game expecting to win. The goal is to win tonight. We're not just showing up to play basketball and compete. The goal is to win, and they've really bought into that. And, you know, we were talking about things. We do some I don't know how to let's use the word not so smart basketball plays at times.
Sometimes.
But they're always going to do the right thing off the court. You know what I mean? They're always going to act the right way. I'm really proud. I don't ever have to worry about my girls' discipline issues or anything like that.
They seem very disciplined, very mature. Now, my roster, I've done filed it away, but you don't have a particularly old team. Some of them are younger, aren't they?
No, so
we start
we got 2 seniors play. Oliver's hurt, but Kinsley Warden, she started. We'll miss her. She had 23 and 11 tonight.
Stop for just a minute on her. She didn't have her greatest game against Ada.
No,
but she come on tonight, and honestly,
she got it going tonight.
She played big tonight, and I said there was one late in the game with maybe 5 minutes or less, and I looked over at Joe and said, "Big time players make big time plays."
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They tied it up.
Yes,
just like 2 minutes ago, and there was no doubt in my mind what we were doing. We were giving the ball to her in the post, and she
was not going to be denied.
No, she played really well tonight. 23 points to go with 11 rebounds, which is her game. She's so athletic. It's a hard matchup and get by anybody anytime she wants to get those rebounds and putbacks. So I was glad to see her finally get going a little bit tonight.
Yeah, it definitely was. And you've got a couple of pretty nice sharpshooting 1 and 2.
Yeah, Serenity Jockaway, number 1. She was.
Now, she's a class athlete as well.
Yeah, she's she's made best pitcher in the state, and then starting point guard for us. She was 12 of 10 of 12 from the free throw line tonight. Go with 6 rebounds
and
for
her
us.
Free throws might have been the biggest shots.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Her free throws and that Warden shot in the post, that's the 2 biggest shots. That's the biggest thing for us tonight to come out with a win.
Now, Joe and I were talking. You know, you always get to the point late in those games like that. You talk about the free throws. How much time do you spend on free throws during practice? Do you leave it up to them? Say, hey, you've got to be able. Is that
a little of both?
Time,
a little of both. So we try to work and mix it in. When we take water breaks, we get a drink and shoot free throws. So if we take 3-minute water break, let's go get your shot of water. Then we'll shoot free throws. And there's other times we'll all get in the line and we'll shoot free throws. If we miss, we're running. Because then I try to put them in a little pressure situation, like in games. You know what I mean? Anybody can shoot free throws. There's no consequences. So I just try to put pressure on them.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. I noticed you sub quite a bit. What you run about an 8-man rotation, or
right now? That's about where we're at. I got the 5 to start, and then
it doesn't fall off much. I mean, the next man mentality, very strong.
Yeah, and then, when we try to, when they're running the offense the right way and not trying to take, we're at our best when we're not looking for shots. When we take shots that are given to us, that's what I try to preach to those girls. Therefore, tonight for a while, we got in that situation where we thought maybe we were going to try to take people one-on-ones and anything else. When we run an offense and we take the shots that are given to us, we're a much better team, and we can play with anybody when we do that.
Absolutely. I noticed, when it was disciplined, when they were playing the inside out, swinging it around, passing it around, and I told Joe, and of course, I hate to admit I didn't make this up, but it's like Novocaine. It always works. It always works. The defense will always give you a shot somewhere, 4, 5, 6, 7 passes. It's going to be there.
Yeah, when we're patient and disciplined, we pretty much get whatever look we want.
It seems to me like that was a little bit more consistent through the Ada game, but I'm glad that it worked out tonight. We're running out of clock. Coach, you've got to come back and talk to us again.
I will. Anytime y'all want. Every home game I can do it. No big deal.
Well,
I'd love to.
I'm looking forward to that. Congratulations on the win tonight, and go Savages.
All right, thank you. Go Savages.
Thank you. Welcome back. And again, I'd like to thank Coach Gentry for stopping by and talking to us. He's got quite the program in the making over there.
That was a good interview with him, but it kind of gives you some insight into what he's doing and how he's approaching the skills that these girls are showing on the court, and gives you a little deeper look into what the program is.
It does. They can be very impressive to watch, and like he said as he was walking away, they're easy to like.
Absolutely.
They really are. We're back here, and Savages trailing, if my math is correct, 21 points. And just almost 23 rather. They control the boards, get back up, and you've got to set up and play some basketball, create some opportunities. I don't even know where that was supposed to go.
That was.
It was a baseline shot, but it got wild.
In the vicinity of a basket over there, but not close enough.
I think it touched down in Macomb.
I knew you were going to have some geographical.
I learned my geography from watching the weather maps growing up. We've got a timeline when the storm's coming through. You learn that stuff when you're a little kid.
I like it, Jeff.
Back up court is Overstreet, and he's looking at Sean Hill over there. Had an open shot from the baseline from 3. It does not fall. And it's going to be a tough second half if they can't get some shots to fall. And I see you're doing something over there. I don't know, are either one of us off?
Oh, no, I'm fine. This was the extra microphone I had out. I was just trying to.
I thought that doesn't look good.
It's cable management, Jeff. That's the story of my life.
Yeah, I know. When you're supposed to be broadcasting in one way or another, and somebody holds up a cord with 2 ends, 3 ends, you kind of get to wondering.
Yeah, it's not always the best thing, yeah.
And nice shot there by Plumley. Just kind of a little baby hook, little sky hook, and you've got to start taking the higher percentage shots, and I really think the ones that are, on the outskirts of the 405 area code are probably not the best advised shots.
No, the offense has got to get in. just a little more organized and a little more inject a little more. It's kind of like the way Coach Gentry said, some basketball IQ into the play here a little bit. Got to get the smart shot the smart way and take care of the ball.
Well, they say girls mature faster than boys. Well, golly. I think sometimes, and he shot that from deep. That was NBA level 3, and it fell. If there was 4 points to be given, he'd have got it for that.
Yeah, that.
And a nice little shot there by Baldwin that falls. I hate to say it, and I want to say it gently, but sometimes it slips. Another one from deep 3. Sometimes it slips more into a playground ball than. And it shouldn't. That can't happen often.
Like I was saying before, North Rock Creek, they've been happy to play the transition ball if that's what you're going to give them.
And Bowman hit one. Was that 3?
Yeah, it was a 3. Yeah. Well, yes, it was. No?
It was at least a deep 2. It was way out there, but it's right down here on this baseline. And
it was a 3. Yes, it was. And I don't have the score correct, so I'm going to get it correct here.
All right, Savages trailing by 23. They are actually doubled. Draw it in, kick it out, and shoot it from the wing there. And it hits the front of the iron, but those shots are falling for them.
Well, they sure have been. And
that draw and kick, draw them in and kick it out, and that works every time if they're falling.
Well, the basic fundamental thing there is that you're moving the defense, you're making the defense react to the offensive movement of the ball, and that's what opens up shots. And
when it collapses, you've got shooters standing there all by themselves. Yep, and,
that was good defense there. But
it was, but then you throw it away. And he did call an offensive foul there.
Floor there, yeah. Well, obviously a little work to go yet, for this men's team on just taking care of the ball and running the offense. I'm not sure we've really seen them comfortably in a half-court offense set yet this game. I don't know that.
I don't know either. Another nice shot there by Baldwin. I think something important that you said there was comfortable. They don't look comfortable a lot of the time.
No, they don't. They still look a little out of sorts. I think we used the word not quite in sync, in the first half, and it still seems a little out of sync even from player to player. The passes are there, but the player's not, and vice versa. So it's still some. Like you said, it's early in the season. A lot of these things can be worked out. But you got to start focusing on some of these things and getting control of it to translate into wins.
Yeah, when we were in school, we would have been running bleachers until we died and then getting up and finishing. Mm-hmm. You can't just quit something like that because you don't make it. And it's a different world we live in, but they've got to settle down and think it through and show some maturity. And I think the talent's there.
Well, it's a lot of, again, it's still a little bit of ISO ball and not enough movement away from the ball. And the defense, honestly, just doesn't have to do much to defend against it.
That's very important, and I didn't think about that, but if there's no movement away from the ball, the defense will get comfortable not moving towards it. You're not going to draw that defense out there if nothing's going on. And Baldwin's first shot is a little short, hits the front of the iron. Second one rims out also. You got to hit at least one of those. You got to hit at least two of them, but
well, when you're down by this much, you need to hit everything you can.
You do.
I think taking into account the game we had before this, the Lady Cougars for North Rock Creek. It shows you why maybe they're playing up to this standard. I think Coach Gentry talked a lot about standards and expectations, and I think maybe that's what you were seeing in the girls' game here, and why they didn't quit, why they didn't give up, and why they hung in there so much for North Rock Creek is because the expectation was to play like this, to get this kind of a lead.
Well,
but
these girls, they're veterans, and like Coach Gentry said, they share a lot of players with the softball program. Softball and basketball are worlds different, but the mindset, they have a winning culture.
Well, that's right.
The softball program has a huge winning culture.
It's about competitiveness, and it's about knowing what your skills are and using and playing with the team. It's a team intelligence there a little bit.
And a word that I used last time was synergy.
Yeah.
You're not seeing it out here.
No, it's still not. It's just not. The whole team is not functioning together as a unit.
And I know some of these kids. Some of them I don't. Some of these young men, and they're athletes. But it's more than that.
It is. It's about teamwork and organization and implementing what the coach wants you to do in order to translate into points in a basketball game. I mean, that's much different than being a good individual player.
It is, for sure. Take Crush over there. Very nice young man. A better young man you will not meet in the halls of that high school. But, they just got to make it gel as a team, and I think the sky's the limit if they can do that. But we haven't seen that yet.
Now that
long three by Edwards.
That was the most comfortable shot I've seen from any Savage player tonight, and it looked he struck that off good. It looked he followed through good, and it went through the hoop.
But you got to get stops on the other end.
That is true. You can't do that.
No, you cannot. You got caught unaware, and we've got a couple of substitutes in here that I have not introduced yet. One of them is Darian Clark. Mr. Clark is a heck of a football player. And, that was pretty heads-up play there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wide open down.
I mean, he got what he wanted there.
Good recognition of that open baseline.
That was kind of cool. Not so much if you're a Cougar, but
here we go. Look at this.
If it's contagious. Momentum is not very loyal. It's a fickle character.
Yeah, it is.
So
and North Rock Creek says let's stop this little bit of momentum that Savages are getting, because that's exactly what we were hoping to see maybe in the second quarter, just to chip away at that. And again, nothing completely out of hand here, but you do have to start making up some ground.
It's like the old saying goes, the best time to plant a tree 25 years ago, second best time is today.
Yes.
I mean, it would have been nice if they'd have started a run, midway through the second quarter, but next best time is right now.
Right now. Don't waste any more time. And, the nature of this is you can get hot from three-point land. You can make up some ground pretty quick. But again, we've said this about ladies basketball earlier. Defense is going to generate your offense, and so you've got to get some stops on the other end of the court and shut them down a little bit. You can't trade baskets with them.
You absolutely do. I want to give a holler at my other two boys. I hadn't hollered at the first one yet, but Nate is at home listening, I believe, and Patrick, my oldest son, he is a fly fishing guide down at Broken Bow, and living the dream. How cool would that be?
Well, I don't know, how many kids do you have?
Well, I've all in all, there's 5.
Oh God!
There's 3 that I brought into it, and, and a couple that I acquired, some bonus kids.
Okay.
But it makes for a lot of family at times. That was all the way down court. Somebody had to have seen him down there.
Well, I mean, he just snuck. He was just down there. Nobody paid a bit of attention to him.
I don't know. It's how could they not have seen him? It's almost like, yeah, he's down there, but I don't want to go all that way. Maybe they won't throw it to him.
Wrong.
I don't know. Wrong answer. And they're scoring every time they get a
This and a good timeout by North Rock Creek because obviously they turned that right around and stopped that little bit of
just a little bit of momentum there. I don't think he had a plan when he went off the ground.
No.
If he was going to shoot it and changed his mind or what, but the young man there playing the 4 position did not see the ball coming. There's Edwards with another 3-point attempt. It rims out.
Well, that's kind of put the
Fouls on the Cougars, number 21.
crowd's kind of gone quiet here on this in this third quarter.
Ball game for the Cougars, number 3.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's just kind of, it gets like that, and it kind of lulls you into a sleep. Savage is moving the ball around there a little bit, but
Yeah, I see a lot of still not much movement away from the ball. I mean, I'm watching away from where the ball is, and there's just guys standing
there's
around.
3 of them standing over there kind of
looking at what's going on across the court. So.
Hey, check out those 2 over there wearing our jerseys. Inbound pass to Edwards. He was a little bit out of position when he caught it. Now we've got an opportunity here. And nice momentum shift there by Edwards.
He made sure that one went down this time.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing like a dunk to get the crowd stirred up.
Yeah, that'll do it. I'm not sure that. Oh, it's. I'm not sure that clock was quite right. But, oh!
You got to be stinking kidding me.
Boy, when it's going right, I guess it's going right.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I don't even know what to say about that.
Wow.
He shot that one from somewhere over around Henrietta.
you get to widen your map a little
Yes,
bit.
I do. He hit that from the 918.
Well, I guess he called bank because they banked that one right in. That was
Yeah.
You know, those are the kind of things I guess when things are going right, you're hitting every shot. I mean, those things just fall. So
there's some nights you just can't lose.
Yeah.
Well, are we going to commercial? Or are we going to stay
Well,
here?
a tough quarter, I would say, for the Savages that time. That was.
It was, and you know, let's see, 29 points. Am I right?
That is.
Yes.
That is correct. Yeah.
That's tough. You know, you need to get out and have some fun, play some ball, and see what you can do.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, going into the 4th quarter in a high school basketball game, down by 30 points, there's not much pressure anymore.
No, I think at this point you kind of see what your players are made of. Who's going to come out and hustle? Who's gonna not do that? I mean, this kind of shows a little bit of character about your team a little bit. Are you going to give up, or are you going to hang in there and get things corrected a little bit? So let's see what happens here with these guys.
And I'm trying to look away from the ball now. You finally had Darian Clark decide to cut.
Yeah, a little bit more movement, but not much.
Oh. And one would have been pretty sweet there.
I have a tendency to kind of watch the post play on the offensive side, you know, for the Savages down here. There's not anything going on in the post that is making the defense react to protecting the lane, or it's not to pull them in from getting the pressure off the outside. There's nothing to threaten the defense.
Both shots were good, so, you know, and that's got to be something that's frustrating as a coach. I know it's frustrating as a fan, but and some contact there, no whistle.
No whistle, yeah.
And is 7 going to the line? Nope, it's going to be a side out. No? What's happening here? It's a side out. Savage is stretched out there. They don't, I mean,
You know, just thinking about the name there, if my name was 7, I don't think there'd be any doubt what jersey number I would have on.
yeah, you got to.
I'm just saying, why change
Maybe
now?
it was a typo. I don't know, but
Could have been.
you got a point.
But if he was wearing number 7 on his jersey, I'd be like, yeah, that's his name. I'd be like, there's no question.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Nice shot there by Overstreet. Maybe his middle name is 15. That's all I got on that. Savages, I think, they're just in react mode here. A lot of ball left, but
well, it's going to be tough. It's a long trudge now.
Yeah, it is. Deep on the baseline, goes in for 3, and 66 points have the Cougars. So the Savages 38.
He might as well have just thrown that backwards over his head. It would have gone in. I mean, I think anything they would have thrown up from out there would go in.
Probably so. It's almost like the circus shots are falling too.
Yeah, coach is putting in some subs now, of course.
I wish they'd bring my man Hatcher back in. He's still got time to get 4 more fouls.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I mean, pulled apart, and it's like, I've said it 1,000 times, and I said it to Coach Gentry a few minutes ago. The defense will eventually pull apart and give you the shot you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're hitting 3-point shots like that. You got to go out and defend it, and as soon as you do that, the middle is wide open.
The Cougars are able to let the game come to them. Another nice long 2.
No, they're just taking what's being given to them right now.
Yeah.
They're not even really.
Oh, nice one there by Overstreet. That will be a +1.
Danny doing his best job to keep it exciting down there on the PA, but
I think let's break this down here, because we know Overstreet's going to make at least one of his shots, and Danny, I think it's good. But when I first time I heard him say that 4 or 5 years ago,
nothing.
I asked you finally. I was sitting there by him. I said, "Are you saying poop?" Because I just couldn't figure it out.
Oh goodness!
And
did he talk to you after he talked to you after that?
Oh yeah.
Oh okay.
I'm sure he rolled his eyes at me for a few minutes, but I seriously didn't know what he was saying at first. I was relatively confident that it was not, in fact, poop, but it kind of sounds like the way he kind of, it's poop. I don't know. And if you're not, if you're listening out there and you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to come to at least one game. Yeah. Not all of you at once, because we're here doing this for you to watch at home.
Well, yeah, we always want you to come out if you can, but
once in a while, come in and listen to him, and you'll get a smile out of it at least.
Listen, if you're sitting at home and you're watching this game and listening to this game with a 30-point deficit, we appreciate that.
Yes.
And tell the sponsors that you appreciate that being able to see that, because you're hanging in there.
Yeah. Well, we brought you some exciting basketball tonight, and there's been some. There it was. I don't know. I don't know if they can hear that over the.
I don't know. They might be able to.
No, and there's been some exciting moments to this game too, and I think I still have hopes that they can get it figured out, but they just need to.
Well, I was going to
learn how to play not only with but for one another. And I think you'll see some impressive stuff.
The last time down the court, they're just not getting any uncontested shot anywhere on the court. The Savages, the defense of North Rock Creek is just smothering everything they're doing.
They've been wearing the Cougars defense all night like a cheap suit, and that shows. Seven for 2.
There you go.
See, and they're up by 30 points or more, and they're still
hustling to the ball. Yeah.
And that's impressive. That doesn't take a whole lot of skill. That takes heart.
No, that takes, and you have to be focused on what you're doing, and you have to want what you're doing. I think each one of those deep block players plays as though they know that anybody on that bench could come in and take their place.
Yeah, I think you're right. One thing, it takes absolutely no talent whatsoever to hustle. And I'm not saying they don't have it. I'm just saying anybody can hustle. That's something you can control 100%, right?
And that's just putting effort into what you're out there to do, and heart takes character, to hustle and stay in the game.
I always told, I coached some Little League and a little bit of AAU type basketball, and even my coach back years ago, I think the one thing you can control is not getting beat up down in the court,
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to meet up with some guys here and there that are better than you are, but you can control your level of commitment. And you don't see that called very often.
Not anymore, but that was one.
Yeah. Inbound by Crush. And we've got Baldwin. Back to Crush and then Overstreet and an oop to Edwards. I'm glad they actually maintain control of that. Nice shot there. They go ahead and give him the 3 there.
That was a 3. Yeah.
He was standing on the line, I think.
Was he?
But
why not? What's it going to
yeah, it makes no difference. It's kind of like, remember grown-ups? His foot was on the line. His foot was on the line. And I think it was, but, it's all good. Sean Hill, the Cougars have numbers. And we had a Savage down there. He got up pretty quick. I think it. And nice time to get hot. He's popped a couple of nice threes there.
Well, we needed those about 2 quarters ago.
You think he can crank out about 8 more of them in the next 2 minutes?
If we can get some defensive stops, that might make for an interesting.
It might, but you can't let stuff like that happen. Those are the circus shots right there.
Oh.
And that was, well, what's happening there? I thought he stepped out, but they've actually called
a foul.
Yeah.
2 fouls. This is one of those games where you can't, there's nobody else to blame but yourself for the errant turnovers in the first half. And I think just on defense, on the defensive end of the ball, side of the ball, North Rock Creek has just out-hustled the Savages tonight and played a heck of a defensive game. Not to mention the fact that almost all of their shots on the offensive end of the court have gone in.
Yeah, no, they've had a tremendous shooting night, and they're a quality program. But I think there's more. I think you hear sometimes when a team really gels and plays real well, maybe don't have a whole lot of superstars. They say that they're greater than the sum of their parts.
Right.
I think we've seen a Savage team tonight that really maybe a little bit lesser than the sum of their parts. Well, and that's discouraging. I mean, it can be fixed. It's not like, hey, this is the best we can do because it ain't.
No, it's right. It's not. And then they, I think even the team knows that a little bit. I think they know they're not quite gelling yet. They may be still kind of looking for what our offense is supposed to be doing and who's supposed to be doing it, I think.
So we've watched, and I know you've seen more than I have, but we've watched 2 games out of these Savage men so far. Can you tell me what their identity is?
I wouldn't want to.
I
I
don't
wouldn't
know
want
that
to
I
leave him
can.
with an identity tonight.
Like I say, I don't know that I can say that. I mean, you know, I know of most of these kids. I have interviewed a lot of these kids, and they're good athletes, good kids. And the ones that I don't know, I mean, they seem pretty, pretty talented as well. But something's not translating when it gets game time.
I think one of the starters on this Savage team just needs to emerge as kind of a leader to kind of help gel some of these guys. And I think if that were to happen, I think it would kind of make some others step up and play better ball together. I don't think it's nobody's bad individually. It's just a matter of teamwork, I think.
There's a real quick count, I think 3 seniors.
There you go. And really
need some leadership out of those guys.
Whether you're a starter or not, you could step up and say,
Oh, yeah.
hey, we're not going to take this laying down, you know. So, I mean.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We've got a minute left, and I have been through about 1,000 shout-outs tonight, but I cannot leave out my lovely wife, Brooke, at home. You know, she was a Savage track star back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
And there are records that she set that are still in place today.
Wow.
So, Brooke, honey, I appreciate all your support. You make life better every single day. I wake up a winner every day being married to you, so I appreciate you.
Well, that's awfully sweet. I would tell you to keep running fast.
Hey, it's true.
She obviously didn't run fast enough for a while.
Oh, well, I wore her down.
That's all right. That's pretty cool.
She is the best. Well, let's see what we can. 29 points. That's been pretty consistent through most of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they've kind of been trading baskets, even on the little runs that the Savages have made. They've been trading baskets and just haven't been able to get the stops on the defensive end to shut down. There's really changed what North Rock Creek has been doing all night.
Yeah, there's some younger kids out here too. Definitely some younger kids out here. I was talking about the Cougars have some subs in, and they've, absolutely a perfect opportunity to get some game minutes, which, this is coach speak, but you can't replicate that in practice.
No, it's true. You want them under the lights, and you want in competition, and that's always good.
Out there when you've got at least 50% of the crowd yelling insults at you,
Yeah.
it makes a difference.
It does.
It really does. And big shot, yet a little short from Baldwin there.
Well, this is just spread them out, count them down.
Yeah, there's no need to. There's no need to make it, I don't know, what am I trying to say? No need to make it any worse. That's really not what I'm looking for, but. You know what? You live to play another day. 80-52, the Cougars were, they mauled the Savages tonight. And, the Lady Savages got the win, and that was a nail-biter, a little closer game than we thought it was going to be. But, there's hardly a better night than a night you get to spend watching a little bit of Savage ball.
Absolutely, and we appreciate everybody that joined us tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the sponsors that we have. And we'll get around and visit with you guys again here soon. But we want to appreciate everybody for watching, and we hope you enjoy the broadcast coming to you. And if you do, tell these guys that you see on the screen that, hey, we appreciate that. You bring it to us for free because they sponsor this. And
oh, yeah. And they make it possible. You can thank them or blame them.
Yeah, either one you want. But listen, we appreciate them. Jeff, thank you very much, and we look forward.
Sir.
I guess the next game we're going to cover is on the 13th.
Won't be long.
Have that right? Won't be long. About 10 days. We'll be right back here. So
I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Got anything? Any closing thoughts?
Well, I do. I just always keep a sign off here for all of our sponsors. Appreciate you guys. We've talked about this, but I can't say it enough because I actually like this. I never fail, and I've told you this before the game, never fail to have a good time doing this.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate sponsors for making it possible. My lovely wife and fellow Savage, Brooke, back at home. Joe, the founder of the Feast, I appreciate you calling me.
No problem.
I texted you during a Cushing football game, I think. But
Yes, that's all right.
I thought if I was done, everybody else must be too.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's supposed to go, right?
At any rate, my prodigal son, Brandon, son, come home. We will kill the fatted calf. I promise you, you're not going to have to work 2 jobs to pay the rent. My door's always open to you. I love you. Hope to see you soon. I'm Jeff Thompson saying so long for now, and don't just have a great night. Have a Savage night.
That's awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
See you next time, guys.